And welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. And where we left our party was they had some negotiations in the library with Scriven Scry. Ultimately decided this is a problem we can come back to and deal with later. So they headed round instead towards the Tower of Abjuration, perhaps to find a solution to said problem. Never know, might get lucky and find a scroll of banishment or something. Though so far they've instead found a cool, what was it? Ring of protection, and they found a lot of traps. That was good. That was fun. And then they found this upper floor, which contained several Demos Magin. They are strange constructs that have a singular purpose, but they at least able to communicate somewhat through writing, and they seem to recognize Seeker's clearance and were able to partake in giving you some information. The room above them that they protect is the Anvil of Disjunction. It's a powerful magical item that destroys other magical items. And, well, you theorize perhaps that's a good way to save Stef, because he tried to open the door and that triggered a trap that imprisoned him in a tiny sapphire. Then he got put on a shelf. But the only way to get through these guys, it seemed... Right.
And your little disco ball.
Oh, yeah. That's cute.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. There's your segue.
Yeah.
There you go, yeah.
There you go.
Fantastic. Well, it's as you finished off these demos that you heard the sound of clattering from below, and swiftly ascending the tower was a gigantic abomination, a creature which seems to be all skin, no clothes, no face, but a stomach mouth and a giant sledgehammer that could easily one-shot the poor mount of Roland's, but you decided to veer in, take the hit for him. Meanwhile, Tracker ran upstairs, broke Stef free, and you've just descended back down and seen this abomination. And we start at the top of the round with, let's have a look. Willow, you're up.
Oh god, we're going straight into it.
I'm afraid so.
Not much else to do.
While Willow is considering what to do, Roland says to him, on this occasion, Willow, I suggest that you don't stay very close to me and that you kindly bugger off.
So is it in the way of the stairs, or could I somehow get past it?
It is filling up the entire stairway, and it's not even in the room fully because it couldn't stand. It would have to stoop down. So it's half on the stairs and half in the room, just swinging around like at torso height with you. So its mouth is like at the bottom of the floor you're on.
It's like that one boss fight from what was the Night Elf place called again in Legion?
Yeah, night place.
Nighthold, where you fight the dude at the bridge. Where you only fight
and how tall is it? How tall is it exactly? And how long is the stairwell?
It's likely, like 25 feet tall, this thing. The stairwell, you can't get to it because his whole torso is
I just want to know, like, how long
plugging
is the
up.
stairwell? Like, if the stair were to break, would it fall all the way down, or would it still be able to, like, hit us with the hammer?
The stairs were pretty sturdy, and I don't think you'd be able to break it with anything you possessed, right?
I was curious about erupting, trying to, like, see if I could do it with erupting earth. That makes like a 20-foot cube. Tried to destroy the stairs with that.
Erupting earth comes from the ground, doesn't it?
To the
You
point
love
you can
it.
see a
You love
fountain of
spells.
churned earth and stone erupts in a 20-foot cube centered on that point. Each creature
the
in it must make a
ground,
dexterity saving throw. Yeah. So if I did it
I love it
from
when
below the stairs and had it come up and destroy the stairs, could I try to do that?
The stairs are
Cool.
gone.
You
How are
could
we
try-
getting out?
Line of climbing.
that's a good point. All right,
We make a window.
Yeah.
you could probably try it. It's not necessarily gonna stop it from fighting you guys. It's probably tall enough that it could just clamber up from the next floor down, but there's a chance it gets knocked prone, perhaps, and falls.
I just wanted to know if it was short enough to work. I guess not. Let's give him a flaming sphere. Yeah. Joy. I want to move, but that's going to give it an attack of opportunity. But if it has one on me, then it won't get one on the next person that moves. Oh, both of these guys would also have an attack of opportunity.
But you wouldn't.
no.
First of all, you wouldn't even be able to get past them because they're blocking up the
No, I'm
stairwell.
talking about going to this corner here, like just
the
so
corner?
it's not like swinging multiple people at the same time. I assume it could hit multiple of us with that hammer.
I think
It's
it's
not actually.
I think it's probably got reach though. I think that hammer looks big, and I don't think there's anywhere it can't reach you in this bit outside the anti-magic field. So actually, your safest.
I'm just thinking, like, if maybe. Oh, these guys be here as well as awful. I guess I just
Graham
stay here
Graham
and
saying
cower in fear.
Graham saying you could probably move here and it wouldn't provoke an attack from the
but I'd
from
still
the
get
giant,
these
but it
guys.
would, but it, yeah.
Nah,
So you're staying there, okay?
Screw it.
All right,
Yeah.
Faith is up. She is in the thick of it as well. Can hardly see the creature at this point, but it is there. I assure you. Oh, it doesn't need to. Does it need to make a deck save on its turn right now, or is it? That's reflaming sphere.
Could be over in its turn. Ends its turn.
I think it's you
within
use a
5
bonus
feet of the
action.
sphere. Oh, anything that ends its turn within 5 feet. So I just realized the people next to it.
As a
are gonna have
bonus,
to
no.
move
So
one away.
you have to use your bonus action. You slam the sphere into it, and it makes a deck save right there and then.
Oh, can I do that on the same turn?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's bonus.
Oh. I might as well do that then. And then.
Yep.
Crap it into him.
Okay.
I realize Zephyr and Snorp are going to have to move on their turn. Same with Thankful Jaw because they're all in range.
Yeah.
Hey, it looks like it failed.
Snorp could get one-shotted with this thing.
Okay, so you've discovered something useful for the party, Willow, but
It's
mostly
a
for yourself.
Fire.
I don't know how Willow keeps coming across this. He keeps on discovering the worst types of damage to use. Unfortunately, yeah, as the fire washes over them, it does nothing to even melt the skin off of them. It seems to just only heat them up, perhaps. It's like, yeah, they are completely immune.
I didn't even do 4 damage.
And no, I'm sad to report.
Pain.
Its eldritch form just looks down at you, and its mouth seems to lick its lips and just eats the flaming sphere.
Still went with erupting earth. Lay down.
Okay, sorry, Faith just backs into the corner there, and then that's it.
Here.
Okay.
Can I
All
see
right,
before we pass on Faith's turn? Does she have a bonus action heal that she can use, or is she? Oh, she's blessed, right? Okay. No, it's okay. It's
The bonus action she used was Armor of Agatus.
Oh, brilliant! Cool. All good. All good.
And I don't think she has Cure Wounds of prepared. Yeah, she does have Cure Wounds prepared.
Sorry, I can do it in my turn, I think.
Stef is up.
All right.
Yeah. So I have one question. There is still 2 dudes in the way, right?
In the way,
Yep.
yes.
How do the dudes react to the monster? Do they still fight us?
Well-
Do they turn attention towards the monster?
They seem to have already. Well, they've already told you mainly their main objective is to stop things getting inside, and they seem to be also emotionless constructs that hardly react. So, actually, there's no reaction from them whatsoever in this regard.
So
They're not like
if-
surprised or shocked.
I'm more asking, like, maybe do they turn their weapons towards it, or do they still have the weapons pointed at us? Because, like, can I run through them? That is my question. Are they still enemies?
They are still hostiles, yeah.
Okay, well then, I have a blade song on. Magic is turned off. Would you just make 4 attacks, please, against the one on the bottom? And position me
You
so
got
that
it.
I'm flanking. Yeah. Should be 2 main hand, 2 offhand attacks.
Looks like some decent hits. And the second slice takes them down.
The rest of the attacks just into the top one then. If there is
I
something
see.
left over.
I see actually your weapons are adding slicing regardless. Aren't they?
Wait, they had high AC,
I
right?
did 4 on the first one. Yeah, they are. I'm just working it out. So they should require. So you've taken back 7. Hold on, if I give them back 7 and then you dealt 7. Okay, no, that does leave them on 2. Fuck. So they would need 1 more hit.
Yeah, sure.
In
Just
fact,
send it all. I trust you.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
Is the offhand. That's a hit. That will do it. And then you've got 1 more attack they can use.
Yeah, just into the top
And
one.
that'll go to
so-
the guy up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
So that tracker can make his way through now. If he wants to.
They are all hits, and you cut down one of them.
Yep.
And there's now a gap in the door. All right. Chibbles with anything with Chibbles? He's
Chibbles
hiding in the
will.
corner here.
The tracker already has advantage with Reckless, I guess. But he doesn't have to Reckless. Chibbles will just give the help action to tracker.
Cool. All right, you get
Then he
advantage on your
doesn't have
first
to
hit,
Reckless.
tracker.
Yeah.
Hunter's
I'll bring
Mark,
back the
is
chat
that
for you so
spell
you can
a
see.
spell or not? For the
Hunter's
effect
Mark
of,
is not a spell.
So I could Hunter's Mark
It's
this thing.
Yes.
I don't know what
It's-
I
oh.
have marked. Oh, is
Oh.
it from an earlier encounter?
Possibly? Possibly? I'm honestly not too sure. It might have just been forgotten and left on there from even further back.
Was it one of the big
Like,
hands?
like the.
It might.
Yeah, that's almost what I'm thinking. Do you have a use of it available? Because you took a short rest.
That's a good question. Yes, I do have use of it available.
Okay, then it's gone. Because it means you
know
would
what?
have taken a short rest and it would have run
Yeah.
out.
Okay. I am gonna first Hunter's Mark this one.
Mm-hmm.
Did you give me advantage? I forgot.
Yep, you have advantage.
On this one or the other one? What's Shibble's?
Oh, it would have been on the Tomb Tapper.
Okay. Okay. I am for my first attack going to attack Tomb Tapper.
Mm-hmm.
And I shouldn't have gone this close, but that's okay.
My first trick.
Alright, there's a solid hit. You can roll to see if you crit as well. Oh. Okay, I just rolled a second attack.
It's not a crit. The second attack was from Cleave.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying just roll a d20. See if you crit on the
That's
first.
11, so that's not a crit.
Oh, right. Okay, I see it now. Yeah. Alright. Still good damage by the looks.
Yep, it does damage.
You might have. Whew.
Uh,
You bloodied this guy in one swing.
Which one? The big one or the
Yeah, the Magen.
the Deimos?
Deimos.
Deimos.
Oh, you're also rolling privately, I think.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
know why about
Okay, it's it should be fixed now.
Okay.
I'm gonna attack a second time on this time on the Deimos one.
Oof. That's big damage roll. Jeez,
this
he goes
one-
down. Holy.
I want to say this one should add slicing, I believe.
Yeah,
How
he's
much
already
HP
dead.
did it have left?
Well, he's on 0, so minus
much
2, if that's
HP?
what you're saying.
How much HP? It's -2 because Massacre
Uh-huh.
brings over leftover damage to our big friend over there.
Yeah. Nice. I have applied it. You cleave right
and-
through this guy and chop into the leg or probably the arm of this thing.
I'm gonna
his
use
body's
my
out of the way.
bonus action, my reaction to move the Hunter's Mark to the big fella.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And
And then that'll be your go, I think.
bonus action I have not used.
Ah.
And I believe I used my Storm Aura. So I'm gonna give the guy a bit of a zap.
Okay.
Oh.
Now one.
The Hunter's Mark should be subtracted. Because it's not
Okay.
a attack roll.
Yeah, I need to. No, it didn't take the damage from. Wait, did it?
It rolled a d4.
Wait, it did. Yeah, okay. So it takes
10
10 damage?
lightning damage.
10 damage is really respectable.
I rolled max.
Got-
No, I didn't roll
Looks
max.
like it is reduced to 5 as not only has it got immunity to fire, but the lightning doesn't seem to find a conductive part of its body. It's like these things aren't made of water like typical humans. It seems to just skirt with sparks over its skin. And one thing also, when these Magen are dying from those 2 massive swings and Stef cleaving that one, they actually burst into smoke and fire and they disintegrate, leaving nothing except just a small smear on the ground, like a black charred smear. So in actual fact, all of these are not even here. Bizarrely. It doesn't do any damage. It seems completely harmless, but
Okay.
that is something that
In
they
10 years, you'll have
happens to them.
cancer. On cancer.
Basically.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, a swing in the corner towards Seeker. They try to jam their greatsword towards you. But they are missing terribly.
Call him a bitch. Taunt him.
Call him.
Each drag of the blade, though, does leave a small mark, scratching just at the edges of you. Now be its go from the Greys. It's your turn, Seeker.
Yo. Alright, time to commit to violence. For now, not much else to do, but... Actually, yeah, let's hit him with the needle to topple him.
Mm-hmm.
Bonk.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've just been rolling really shitful now.
Looks like you managed to topple him.
Yep. Let's see.
Is it still saying the wrong DC for that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of whack. Because, yeah, shouldn't it be like 5 plus my proficiency on 8?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or,
So that's 9. Wait, plus 8. That's still 17.
7. Oh, it is correct.
I
Oh,
think
you know
it's a
what? It's
different
just gone
thing.
up.
Mm.
It's just because you got level 9 and your proficiency's gone up. I think that's why we're getting
Yeah.
tripped up.
I know there's one that has like 12 for some reason. Even though that like
Okay. It might be one of your maneuvers.
yeah, I think.
Alright, I'll see if
There
I
it
can
is.
fix it.
Yeah. Dude. I don't use this often, so what the hell? What the hell? Let's have a little bit of fun. Yeah, let's see.
And your maneuvers are based off your strength as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Alright, I should have fixed that now.
Let's go with this for fun. Bonk. Or well, not bonk. I believe I get an extra damage dice because of finisher, like 2, I think, because it's the sum total of my damage
yeah.
dice, not just like a single extra one.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Add that on.
6.
Bang.
4.
Down. Wounded.
Yep.
If he had lungs or the ability to breathe, he'd probably be exhaling a great deal of air as that winded him, but instead you're going to see this expressionless face as he gets thudded on the ground.
Yeah. I got some fight choreography to yap after I do the rest of this. Should I Yeah, I'll have Seeker go over here, and I whatchamacallit, I kind of did the order of this weird, but yeah. I believe I can still, whatchamacallit, I probably should have nicked and, like, bonus actions. I think I might still be, I don't know, it's weird. Weird about exact wording of how I can sequence my attacks. I was thinking of switching back to the needle, or whatever. But yeah.
You can switch back to a weapon as you attack, but you need 2 weapons, one in each hand, to do nick.
Yeah, so I
So
probably should
one
have
in
had
each
that
hand.
go off before I did the big smack, but I don't think anything changes by me resequencing my attacks. If that's fine.
Did you have to knock him prone first with needle, and then attack? You mean?
Yeah, but I mean attacking
Needle
more
is
with
the one
needle.
that topples.
Yeah. Needle first, then needle nick. Maybe needle bonus action, but yeah. I don't think I'll need the bonus action.
I don't think you will. One more hit will kill him, probably. So, either way, I think it's probably down.
Yeah.
That is enough to take him out. Yeah. He goes down. Poof. Fiery end. Another harmless burst of smoke and fire.
Yeah.
And also, weirdly, perhaps even the smell of blood. Like iron.
Yeah. He pulls out the needle as the blade skirts past him, grinding on the wall, jamming it in his throat and slamming into the wall as he drags him down and flashes the other needle to quick stat before letting his needle retract and taking his weapon and swinging it over and impaling him in the gut with the spike on the tip as he explodes.
Yeah. The flame like climbs up your blade slightly before turning to smoke. And as that clears, you see there is one last enemy left to deal with.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they're missing something. A whole face, to be exact.
Yeah. But this isn't what he's looking for. I'm gonna go for broke because this is a time to go for broke. So, whatchamacallit? Call it action to pick up my needles, or have my bird pick up my needles and hand them over, yada yada, you know, they're not
well,
the bird,
it's free,
yeah,
free
pick
action.
up my needles.
A free action to pick it up, but your bird is not here because of the anti-magic. Yeah. It's suppressed.
I wouldn't have dropped
so
thinking on it. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Let me use this. If there was ever a time to do something like this, it is now. Because, you know, why not? I cannot. Well, I could reach him. Do I honor the... I was in the corner, so that would be... Yeah, I can reach him.
When you don't need to move it back necessarily, but 35 is a little bit too much of a stretch.
Yeah. Tracker your fat ass. Anyways, I'll just fucking whatchamacallit. Okay. Target him, and then it's time for needle. I have not used my bonus action, funnily enough, so I get to do my full combo here.
Yeah, acupuncture him to death.
Yeah. Wata. Crit.
Oh, okay.
I believe he can be toppled. It's unlikely, but hey, I could get lucky. I got lucky.
You got lucky. So your DC's so high.
Yeah.
Dang, wow.
He's also pinned to the wall, I believe.
Well, if he's doubled, he's pinned. Something pinned. Something. Hold on. This guy's a huge creature. He can't be pinned.
Actually,
At least he would just walk out of it. I think is how
Yeah.
it works.
using 5 feet of movement is,
Yeah.
allows you to get out of a pin.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, he is still slammed back for a moment. There's like probably the arm that he's yet helping support himself. Like he's like clinging to the floor to lift himself up. Shoot that up against the wall, and his form kind of like topples down onto the floor here.
Nice. Fortunately, does get in the way of the rest of it, but I made it easier for everyone else to beat him up. I think, depending on turn sequencing, I made it easier for the guy who does smites to do it, I guess. Can spend 10 feet to end the grappled condition. Okay, so it's prone, so it costs half, so it'd have like 5 feet. If I had a slow weapon, that would be fantastic. Ooh. Of all the specific times that slow might have been handy. Of all the weird, niche, fucking... Do I have a slow weapon just sitting on me somewhere? I don't...
Do you have a jump?
Nah, I don't...
You need to have mastery selected as that weapon. So
Wait a second, I'm a fucking fighter. I think they can just do slow. I'm not sure. Let me... I am unfamiliar with this new feature I have. I need to double check it. So long as the fucking helper rules will load fast. Please. Bruh. Time to reload the thing. Because, yeah, I feel like it might be one of my weird fighter mastery things I got for being level, like, 9 or something.
okay, you mean
Attack
well,
master,
level 9
yeah.
you get indomitable. Okay, tactical
Which lets me
master. Okay, yeah.
swap something to slow. So if I manage to hit him one more time, I believe I can... Yeah.
You could add slow.
Yeah.
All right.
Good to know
Go
for next time. But yeah. Let's see. I have Nick, other attack, and bonus action. Since I hadn't used my bonus action yet. No dice.
No, that's just barely a miss. I'm afraid. The second hits.
Nice. I slow
And
it.
they are slowed as well on top of everything. Now, just bear in mind, when you slow a creature, you can get to choose one of two things.
Okay.
You can either have it. You can either get rid of. You can addle it. Addle means you can't make attacks of opportunity, or the other thing.
I will reduce its speed by 10
just-
so that it can't actually walk out of my pin.
That's-
So it's stuck in prone.
That happens. That happens regardless. But yeah.
It can't make attacks of opportunity. That would let Zephyr,
Yeah,
Snort, Chibbles all get to safety.
That's sadly not how the turn order goes. Unfortunately, he's going to regenerate it by having his turn show
Oh
up.
yeah.
I'll
Not
I'll
if
prevent
I've
it from
got-
taking dash.
Not if I've got anything to do with it.
So attack of opportunity or dash. I'll take its dash away, I guess.
All right. Just check its old movement. Yes. Yes, it does look a bit
Yeah.
fucked.
just
Okay.
a bit.
Yeah. I'll hit it with. I don't think it can be frightened, but I might as well try anyways. It's damage. It's damage even if I can't scare it. Yeah, there it. Ah, nice. It did
That
That would be so fucking funny if it's Not immune to fright.
It does
no,
not seem to be
it's,
phased by your menacing attack.
It's damage though. Let's go D8. 2 damage. Whoa. All right, let's go for my final needle attack. Let's go big number. Oh, it was big number. Nice. Big number.
Max damage.
Yeah.
Sick.
I think I can sap it because I don't need my topple property.
Yeah, you could. Hold up. Is this part of your tactical master as
Yeah,
well?
when you attack with whose mastery weapon you can replace the property with push, sap,
Yeah.
or slow property for it. Yeah, let's
Jesus,
sap.
right, so
Let's
sap it
go.
So we have sapped it, slowed it, pinned it, grappled it, and knocked it prone. And yeah, that's
Let's see if we
fucking
can add
debilitating
frighten
as
if
well.
that's even possible.
What does sap do?
right.
What
It's
does
probably
sap
a
do?
Disadvantage on its next attack roll.
Oh, nice.
All right, I'm afraid it is immune to frightened. Otherwise, that would have been 6, and you would have been breaking the game. But it does take the 6
Completely
extra
fair.
damage.
Yeah.
Too
So
many.
he stands up, pulling his needles out, spinning them casually after brutally killing them at man. And it loosens more and more the barbed wire that takes up the retracting system. As he eyes everyone in the room in his path, with a whip crack. The creature's arms wrapped and ripped. It's another. From its head pinned to the wall, all behind it. Whipping around everyone between limbs, a raw cavalcade of barbed strikes that hit like snakes snapping at prey. As one last motion, and he throws both of them into its face in 2 familiar spots as he twists, spins, and pulls.
Grim. Very grim, yeah. If it didn't have eyes, it does now. They're looking like bleeding sockets, though. Right, Snorp.
But that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's the menacing attack, all right.
I guess.
Hell yeah.
Well,
Great
but
description.
can the big thing reaction attack still?
Yeah.
Well,
It can.
Snorp will take the dash, whatever. Like
Disengage.
there is one thing.
Disengage.
Yes. And will run between its legs down the fucking stairs.
Oh, down the stairs?
He's-
Sure. Alright, I'll drag Snorp off the map.
Yeah,
Since
he's
he
bolting out
just-
of there.
Scuttles away. Alright,
I think
Roland.
he's very much just wanting to get the fuck out.
Yeah, no, he is. He's heard tales of a young kobold named Spurt that went down from a giant sledgehammer, much the same way. A single splat. Alright, Roland. Meanwhile, you're standing
Alright.
fast, unlike the
Yeah.
cowardly kobold.
Yep. And having taken a big hit to my leg where I interposed it between the mallet and Fangpawjaw's rib cage, smarts a bit. He turns his attention inwardly and mutters some kind of prayer that he learned as a kid. The only thing that comes to his mind, like the first prayer he was ever taught. It just kind of sort of comes unbidden to his lips, and with it, a little boost to his magical prowess, as he glows just a little bit brighter than you are used to seeing him, and he turns to the Tomb Tapper and commands it to drop its weapon.
Uh-oh.
What's that, Roland?
Let me check.
Oh, what's that, old man? Your glowy dome is more glowy than usual.
Thank you very much. I had polished recently. Drop.
There's a massive clang of metal as the Tomb Tapper drops that gigantic sledgehammer of it.
And
It starts to fall down the stairs as well, but
And Roland says
nice.
that's enough of that. Fight with a little bit of honor or something. And now, fine, Porto. I believe you wanted some revenge, didn't you? And she will bite it in the ankles.
Just realised they also have 2 opposable thumbs on each hand. Much like an elite from Halo.
Elite from Halo of
Yeah.
Bungie fame, TM.
Did she just
Yeah.
crit? No, she didn't.
No.
No, it means they have like a second set of thumb, I think, and like the elites.
Now, what's particularly good about the command spell is it drops what it's holding and ends its turn, so it doesn't get to go this turn.
Come on, broken. Yeah, what? Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty good. Not bad. Not bad.
Hold fast, everyone. I think I've confused it enough with a long story. It won't be attacking anyone for a long time. I suggest we use this time to put this thing down for good. Tracker, do you want to pick up that rather large hammer and give it some of its own medicine?
Can I reach it?
Probably. Well, wait, where are you?
I've got reach.
Yeah,
because
with-
of, rage. Rage.
Then, yeah, sure.
Alright, that's my turn.
Okay. All right.
He drops it. Willow.
My turn. God, I was about to fall asleep.
Yeah, well, I don't have any other choice but to end my turn.
Well, I will hit it with a hunter's mark, and then since fire doesn't work against this guys, I would like to turn into a bear.
Can I
Oh,
rage
it just says select form with no option to select the form.
Nice.
That's a bug. Or click on the polymorph
Wild
thing.
shape, notoriously one of the hardest things to
Automate.
Automate.
That's right. I can do it for
Automate,
this,
yeah.
and that'll be the end of my
so you wanna
turn
be a
because I can't
bear?
attack after. I can do
Yeah,
it.
you
I just do
can.
it for the polymorph thing.
Oh, doesn't Willow
You
have
can
2
attack.
attacks in Wild Shape now? He's level 5 druid, right?
It's not multi-attack depends on what druid form you take, but you take a bonus action to turn into a wild shape, so you do still have an attack.
No, I bonus action hunter's mark.
Oh, did
I
you?
have a hunter's mark after it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I don't think I can bonus action
Alright.
wild shape, can I? It's an action.
Yeah, you can, but no, wild shape is
well,
a bonus
too late
action
now,
now
I've done
in
it.
the modern rules. Yes,
Modern rules,
yeah,
it is
well-
now one always, I think. It used to be only Moon
Yeah, it's-
Circle, but now they gave it to everybody because it was really awkward.
that's right. Yeah. Okay.
For everybody that was.
You can downgrade an action to a bonus. I'll allow that, but
Oh, I did
yeah,
not mean to. I
that'll
did
be
not
a-
mean to click that.
that's fine.
I was just
Alright,
scrolling through
papers
stuff
up.
and accidentally pressed the attack button.
Right. We might have some fire damage going around because your flaming sphere is killing.
Oh, I forgot
Fang
to move
Cordial.
that.
Yes, you can.
Or
It's
you can just
activation,
drop-
You can. Yeah.
So you can just drop concentration if you would like.
Oh yeah, do that. I was thinking about
Yeah,
throwing it
okay.
into the anti-magic room to be dramatic, but oh well. I forgot.
Yeah, I mean, let's say that happens anyway. Okay. All right. It's under 200 marks now. All right. What was Faith doing?
Dave is gonna be chilling in the corner, I guess. Maybe trying see if it's immune to colds.
Yes, it is. I'm afraid
Is it immune to all magic?
No.
it does seem very adept at keeping it at bay.
What immunities have we seen so far? Fire, cold, and there was
Fire
another
and
one, right?
colds and what's it called? Frighten?
Resistance to lightning.
Frightened, okay. I'm gonna assume charmed as well if it's immune to frighten.
No, because command worked.
That's not a
Command
charm.
is not a charm effect.
That's not charm.
It used to be. Again, another difference between old rules and new rules. Yeah, command used to be a charm condition, but modern
Okay.
rules not anymore. Not that it needed the buff, as you can plainly see.
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, I guess it wouldn't work on this if you didn't have that.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Ah,
moving
confirmed,
on.
charm doesn't work.
You were
Charm
right.
works.
Yes,
Tricked.
charm
Steph
does not work.
is up.
All right, Steph. What did you want to do?
Um,
You're still in the anti-magic field.
Yeah, can you like squeeze me out the door?
You can
and,
actually.
Tangle, draw in the bear.
Yeah. And
You can get into the
then
room.
I'm not 100% sure what kind of spells I have. I think you will just the what's it, booming blade it and slice it for 4 attacks again, please.
Booming
Might as
blade
well
plus
because the
slice.
blade's on.
Okay.
Stab,
Blade.
stab.
Just stabby stab with 4 attacks and booming blade. Thank you.
And if you roll badly, we blame Chris.
Yeah, I'm notorious at rolling bad for player characters. And there you go, that's the first
No,
miss.
Last time you rolled for Stef, he basically missed the entire combat.
Oh god, Brian condition, Jesus. Hey,
I mean,
there's a
that's-
crit.
Oh, there it is.
Nice. The curse ends. Sick.
Probably should
Okay,
roll
you can
2
see
ones
more
after that.
sparks. Another good hit. And then your last. Another crit. Wow, there we go. Hey,
Yeah,
I think
and you
this
rolled
thing's
max damage on the earlier one.
dang. I guess it's not too bad after all. All right, you see this creature is starting to get bloodied, and now blood is not what I would say is pouring out of it though. It's actual skin as you're cleaving through it. Parts and chunks of it are cut away, and as they land on the floor, you hear the sounds of like rock, like clattering to the stone. And it's like it's flesh whilst it's connected tissue, but when it's separate, it petrifies.
Well,
Bizarre.
gotta eat it fast then.
Right, sure. Chibbles, anything?
Chibbles will. I guess who's next up in turn order? Who? I guess he's
Tracker.
gonna help Seeker. Yep. I mean, Tracker has reckless attack, right? So
I
Sure.
don't need
I'm up.
reckless because it's prone.
I see. Then I guess help action
really
to
matter.
Seeker in case of something happening.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Tracker.
I'm gonna pick up the hammer. And I'm gonna let loose.
And Roland says, "My gift to you, old boy. Put it to good use."
All right, so this thing is for a huge creature. Just want to point that out. You are large. So this would still be actually.
Because it's advantage because I'm attacking a prone creature, it's a straight roll.
It's yes.
What's
What's the
weapon is it going to be? Is it like a battle hammer?
It's got to be more
Sorry,
like a
is-
maul.
Sorry, that's the one, the war hammer.
Warhammer. No, I would say more like a mole.
Mole. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
A mole traditionally does what, 2d6, so you can
2d6.
roll 4d6 for the damage.
Oh, I'll be right back. My little sister requires attention.
Alright.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
This thing is. I think this guy's cooked.
You think?
I
know.
love the
46.
ludonarrative storytelling that keeps happening where Seeker just shows up and builds shit.
Fun fact. A mole has a finisher as well.
Barf.
Bonk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
With finisher, that means another, I believe, 4d6.
Gonna be sick. Okay, that was a heavy hit. Yeah, this thing is definitely over. It's 15 for a total of
37.
25. No, that's 40 damage from a single hit.
And Roland's like, yes, how do you like it, you bloody great big zombie or whatever the hell you are?
You see,
That was my
just
first
masses
attack.
of teeth. Massive teeth just get cracked and dislodged from his jaws.
And do they turn into...
Holy, it's done. It's toast.
How many?
It's toast.
That's funny. Jesus.
Holy
Jesus.
shit. That's the third crit on this guy. Oh my
Wasn't
god.
this guy supposed to be a challenge?
Oh, good God. He's still
I think
rolling.
the
And if
finisher
it's
dice
40
also
damage,
gets
Is
the
it
whole-
that?
if 40 damage wasn't
I guess-
enough, then
Doesn't the finisher also get double?
no,
Is this what
finisher
happens
does
when
not
you
get
stab
doubled.
between Tracker and a
Unfortunately.
hammer he wants?
Is that
Yes.
62,
Like, I'm-
62 damage, mate?
62
Never gonna tell
damage
Tracker he
is
can't have something.
62 damage and he's
Holy
not even
shit.
a smiter.
Now this is what a
Tracker.
marshal should be! A weapon to
Holy
surpass Metal Gear!
Tracker, how do you want to do
I'm
this?
not even done. I've got one more attack. Sever! Cut his throat!
Oh jeez.
Where would his throat be if
Aw.
the health is on the stomach?
I mean,
don't
it can't
know.
fight back at this
Can't
point.
find it.
You can just... You can describe cinematically that's how you kill it if you want.
Tracker is going to first launch at its head, crushing it, then break all its teeth in its mouth, and then let Sever see if she can find any vulnerable spots we've missed.
Its tongue.
Hmm.
You can gouge that out. Rip it out with its beak. And that will conclude combat as the beast falls backwards after losing all motor function. Its arm has been ripped off. It's still hung there. There's just a bunch of body parts. Like it's trying to like ragdoll, but as it's ragdolling, it's breaking apart and snapping at the joints, and the stone-like structure of this creature fills up that entire stairwell now. And it's probably raining on top of Snorb, like chunks of rock just landing around him. But the strange hairless monstrosity is fallen.
Do you like your new toy there, Tracker? You seem to put that to very good use.
It's fun. Not as fun as my ex. I can get used to this one.
Very good. I'm just not terribly sure how we're going to get it through the door. Of course, it's, you might need to make a slightly bigger hole in the wall. And, yes, very good.
I can do that, and while I'm doing that, there's a situation with the anvil upstairs. I believe Stef mentioned promised it more magical items to feed it. It said
He
something
did.
about if we don't feed it, we won't learn more about the arcane something.
Oh, you have fun with that. I'll wait here.
Arcane Octad. The orb
That's
repeats. T.
Looking down at the stairs and the crumbling dust of what the creature was made of, Seeker raises his hand as through mystical light his owl appears, and he takes a moment to look at it. That eyes could not see the sword point. Inferior, but they did their job well. With a flourish, his owl disappears as he heads towards, the stairwell.
Okay. Looking at these creatures, you remember what the Netherese Arcanists used to call them? Thalud, which means faceless. They were wrought by the fusion of magic and elemental earth. And you remember a great deal of sacrifice was made in their creation.
Was it efficient? I suppose I'll never know. Oh yeah, I forgot the new fucking voice. Whoops. Sorry, it's been fucking a while and I'm distracted. But yeah. Womp womp. But yeah.
The upstairs is, I think, as I described before, an anvil with a abjuration symbol emblazoned onto the top of it. And it'll speak out to you as you walk in, forming a telepathic connection.
Are we all going up?
Have you?
Yes.
If you want, yeah, you're free to move. You're out of combat. You move wherever you like.
Yeah. If you go to the stairs, it'll teleport you in.
Can I?
The only ones you can't go up. Yes, Willow?
Can I, whilst everyone else is going up there, can I, say that I go, downstairs and outside to, check if anything else is approaching the building? Just, have a little
you
look
can.
around.
Give me a
Nice.
sniff. Give me a sniff check.
It's a perception and sniff check.
You guessed it. Yeah. I think
Yes.
also you might have keen senses as a bear. You're
I
a
don't
black
know.
bear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should have, yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me check.
Keen smell, advantage on wisdom perception checks. I thought they use
Okay.
templates nowadays, though.
No, they don't. They don't.
Yeah,
Nice.
for some reason, the only thing I'm seeing is Rend.
That's all right. You're looking around. You've got Snob down here as well. He's the only thing making a racket as he's kind of screaming and trying to run away. But
And a bear comes
seeing
down the
you,
stairs.
I mean, yeah, you can still talk as a bear as
Yeah.
well with the new wild shape. Do you let him know that the danger is past, or do you just let him run away?
Saint Stop, it's me. Calm down. It's dead.
Ah!
We're safe.
Oh, is it okay now? That thing was scary for a moment.
Yes. Fortunately, Tracker really wanted the hammer. So we're all
Oh,
safe.
of course. If you didn't want that thing, then would have had problems. All right, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna just take a breather then. I'll stay down here with you.
I'm just gonna make sure that nothing's approaching and surprising us again.
I'm adding that to the list of things I never want to encounter again in my life.
Hey, think about how boring your life could have been without all this danger.
Hmm.
The cave somewhere, living off scraps.
Scraps. I could do. I could go for some scraps right now instead of these dried rations. Okay.
Good berry sometimes.
All right. Looks like Roland, Seeker, you arrive in the chamber.
How-
Together, you feel a telepathic bond. What did you want to do? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say to Fang Pawjaw, stick close to Willow and Snop. Look, make sure no harm comes to them. And while you're at it, find out from Willow if the answer to that question. If in that form he doesn't eat shit in the woods. We'll be down presently.
All right. Okay.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. Is it dead? Did Tracker smash it?
Yep.
It is dead, and everyone's just about to go upstairs to the anvil. Did you want to go?
Yes, because I have something that I want destroyed actually.
All right. And the three of you are up here. T, you wanna do something?
Seeker sort of approaches it. It eyes honed on the anvil, his fingers glancing across it. It as a little raw tingling is felt. A masterwork, a piece of art. The soul invested, obsessed, fixated, imbued.
And many things more.
He takes the hammer, doing a bit of a spit in with it before catching. You get a flip here and there. Air as a familiar experience. It's so we need to feed you to learn something. Yes, yes, yes.
That's correct. I have been starving for thousands of years, it feels like. Do you know what it's like to be stationary and not fulfilling your purpose?
Of course not. I'm too good at my work to stay still. But I can understand the feeling. Infinite moments, little seconds, twinkling on to microseconds. Every moment still is a moment wasted. He looks up at the rest.
Yeah, you're getting a little psycho there again, I see. Oh.
The mental disease is one of the flesh. This is intentional. Do you have something to sacrifice? Sacrifice.
Yeah. So I think I have it marked in my bags, but I have the wand of Orcus that I wanna have destroyed, you know? We wanted to get rid of that thing anyway?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have destroyed many wands before. What do you have for me?
Just a second. Let me run through here. What is that? Oh no, that's yesterday's food.
How did
Yes,
that
here.
come in here? That's not mine.
Yeah. Oh Jesus Christ! What's your plug doing in here, Roland? But yeah, I'll pull out the wand of Orcus out of Nod and beat it to this guy. Or like put it down and try to smash it.
Alright.
Strike the hammer.
Take a step back, everyone. This, I'm gonna stand next to Stef so that he's within my aura in case he has to roll a saving throw.
I was actually going to have Secret do it when he picked up the hammer. It's a whole vibe.
I'd like to smash it myself, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'll take.
he takes a moment and decides to hand it off as he leans on the wall.
All right, wizard. Place the magical item upon my head and swing the hammer as hard as you can.
Sure. I'll do the biggest weak noodle arm swing that I can. And try to kaboom it.
I will judge its worth by the magical energy that is released from it.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh
so
boy.
you get into position. As you lift it up on high, the weight does the job for you, and the hammer comes down with a heavy clang, cracking the wand on the first swing, followed by the reverberating shatter that booms all the way around the room. And it feels like the walls do a good job of trapping the sound in here, as it just rings in your head. You can feel your ribcage shake as the magical energy bounces around. Except this room does manage to contain the energy, and even though it was a sizable, thunderous boom, it seems as though the anvil is left disappointed.
Really?
This was nothing
Oh?
but a hollow shell of an item. You'll have to do better than that.
It was a fake. It was a fake.
I'm afraid, yep. This whole time you've been terrified of this thing.
Fuck this
Right.
game.
Nothing more than a pathetic replica. We need real magic. Or else I might just perish.
Real magic, huh? Wait, does he want to just drink magic, or does it need to be specifically magic items?
Specifically magical items, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Indeed, why would a wizard make an item that sucks his juice like that? He is here to break magic items.
So this.
Well, do you mind opening my inventory for a bit, Senrith, on screen, so I can take a look through it?
Yep, sure. No problem.
So while you're doing
We're working with...
Roland says to Stef,
You got a lot.
Stef, I wonder if you might have a little conversation with Nott. If he was able to, or if they were able to, maybe cough up an item or two and feed this anvil, perhaps there could be something in it for them. Maybe some information, or maybe we could. Maybe the anvil itself may be able to produce something, maybe a barter or a trade between the anvil and Nott. I sound bloody crazy, don't I? Is worth a thought, worth a shot, is it?
1 second before that, yeah. Once I have a curious.
You're cutting out a bit there, Stevie.
I have a large collection of Christmas stuff, and I'm
Large collection of Christmas stuff. That's what I heard. I mean, some of these could be Christmas baubles. You could easily decorate your tree with black pearls and chardonnay and things. But
you know what I'd like to try, actually, because I have like 7 of them. I have 7 of the pears. The purple pears were in there.
Purple pears. Oh, you want to shatter a fruit? You want to squash a fruit on this thing?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, sure. We'll say you set up a pear, and you
Yeah.
go to squash it with the anvil. Okay, the anvil
Quick
does
Game
respond.
Master, play sledgehammer.
What do you think you're doing? You're covering me in disgusting vegetation. Is this, or is it fruit? I can't really tell. It has magic in it, but... Ugh, a minor slither. I want something that can shatter. Snap! I want the fragments to be flung across the room. I need a boom.
Oh, he needs a boom. Sure, he can have the Shardling crown. Let's pull that out next. Why not?
Did he say he needs a broom? That seems a
Yes,
strange
yes.
thing to ask for.
Oh, you have a broom of flying? That's perfect.
Do we? That sounds rather useful. I'd rather we didn't break it, actually.
Okay, the Shardling crown. Jeez. Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad shout.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, you pull out the crown, toss that onto the anvil. Alright. You swing down, it shatters into pieces, just as he described it.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Look at the fragments littering the floor like little caltrops. Fantastic. Delicious, in fact. I almost feel, though, this thing was part of a bigger whole. Almost as if it was already broken into pieces, which takes a little bit of the fun out.
I don't know about
And
that.
have you got any... Yes. It feels as though that was just a piece of something greater. Is there anything else? You seem to have quite a lot in that bag of yours. Let's keep going, shall we?
Do we have anything else?
Shardlin
does
ring.
We're gonna
not
use the
not all
Demogorgon
my
statue
Shardlin.
anytime soon. We might as well destroy it here.
Sorry?
The Demogorgon statue
Oh,
that we found in the vault of.
Oh
what's
yeah, I
its
have a
name?
Demigorgon statue in my bag as well. Thanks for reminding me. The cursed thing wrapped in stuff. I think I never added it to my sheet, but I remember having
yeah.
it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good shout.
Okay.
Good call.
All right.
Prevent it from being weaponized in the future.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Do you keep it in the?
It was in Nord, yeah. It was wrapped in
Okay.
like a blanket because nobody can look at it, right?
That's right. Yeah. Only
Well,
Tracker looked at it, so I think Tracker would be the one to want to do this. I think.
Sure.
Unless-
I'll pull it out and hand it off to Tracker. We can get rid of all our grievances.
Okay. Since this strange artifact turns whoever looks at it insane, Tracker has already become immune to such effect as he's already stared the Demigorgon in the face. You place it on the anvil. This hammer is so small in comparison now, Tracker. You are, I mean, you could try and use a ritual.
If I use my own hammer.
Use the fisher.
Your own hammer? You think your own hammer will suffice? When the great artificer... Oh, wait. Oh, that's your hammer. Oh. Yes, by all means. Whoa! What's the arcane sigils? Bam!
Okay, you see this thing break in one swing, and a strangeness happens in the room. This cursed magical item shatters, and there's this inky black slither that worms its way around the room but can't escape, and this thunderous boom sort of evaporates it, leaving splatters of it against the wall.
Wow, that one was interesting. Oh yes, that one left a stain. I'll have to have some of the demos mop it up. They're still alive down there, right?
I mean, define alive. Were they ever really alive anyway? I think we should just move on.
Decommission.
You know that there is a group of people upstairs that are not the Archmage of Abjuration. What are the odds that they are still walking around?
Well, you tell me. I've not seen the outside in a while, but I assume High Abjurate Taroth is likely dead.
He instructed the merchant to not allow anyone upstairs.
Ah. I see. I've done the math.
Yes.
T, would you want to ask? You want to add something?
Decommission. Put down. An ill-commanded, but well-made set of dogs. Unfortunate. They could have been repurposed.
Well, that makes two of us who've managed to destroy something.
Sorry, fucking. God, why the fuck does it make noise? I should put in my fucking shoe. No.
So, you came here for... But you didn't come here for the High Abjurer, nor came here to destroy some demos, Magin.
I came here to find some magic.
Well, here in anvil at the Chamber of Disjunction, we more destroy magic. But if you're seeking perhaps the greatest treasure of all, that would be the
Friends?
Mythara.
I thought you were gonna say friends.
You may need to make some friends along the way if you wish to survive. But I can tell you the first line in the rite of the arcane octad. Would you settle for that?
Oh, I love musicals.
Perfect. Well then, I'll deliver it in song. First shield thine heart with a wand from the nether oak.
We know why they
And
locked
that's
you
it,
up
I'm
here.
afraid. Yes, I'm much better at butchering things than creating them, I'll admit. But that is a very important piece of information. I would take heed and try to memorize it.
Hmm. So, like, are you the anvil or are you like the whole room?
I'm the anvil.
Ah,
I'm waving right now. You can't see because I have no arms.
and do you want to get out of here?
I'm quite content for now, but I suppose if you find any more magical items, bring them back, put them on my head, and destroy them.
Well, it would be much more convenient if we had you with us. Then we don't have to come back every time. And you get to see the
I
world
doubt.
and make friends.
I doubt you could remove me from here without it breaking the enchantment.
I see.
At least that's what I'm on. So I suppose I'm a little bit of the room.
This room is vital. It's needed.
Uh,
If you hadn't noticed, he gestures to the splatter on the fucking wall.
Yeah, I just wanted to like have Tracker pick him up. Would have been funny. Yeah, I don't know. I have no further questions. Maybe the rest of the party wants to
Funny you
inquire.
say.
Yeah. We can tie the anvil to a very large pole, and then we have our magic breaking hammer. You can swing that thing, right?
You can also put him in knots. Knots will be very happy with that.
Yeah, I'm more thinking if it's even possible for us to like remove him from here and take him with us. Like, how large is the anvil? Would we even be allowed to do such a thing, Mr. Game Master?
I don't think it's going to fit in noughts, sadly. Carrying it around it, well, like I say, part of this is part of the tower, the whole tower of abjuration is sort of what fuels it, powers it. It needs that sort of direct conduit to the Mythalar to power it. So elsewhere, it would just be a an anvil without power. Yeah. So
Yeah,
the tower
I'm just
is
seeing how many.
drawing energy.
I'm just seeing how many talking items we can acquire.
Please, no more. Then, if do you have any other questions?
No, I think
Nope.
Okay.
Would you know of a way to get rid of a what's the word? The fiend. The fiend.
The juggalo. The juggalo.
The
Channel.
Juggalo. The what is it?
Insane clown posse guy.
An Arcanoloth?
Arcanoloth, that's the one.
We can smash him on the anvil.
I was going to say that triggering a trap might imprison him, but I think that one's already been set off. High Abjurer Tareth would need to recast the spell into the symbol.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know his whereabouts, but that's even if he's still alive.
Actually, can I? We have the one-eyed guy, right, in my bag that's chilling with Nod. Free.
Oh.
He cast high abjuration magic on my arm. What if he's the guy? Can we get him out?
Was it 3?
I think it's free, the purple one, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm lost.
I was
The
wondering if
one-eye-
the purple Nothic was
The Nothic,
High
that's the
Abjurer
one.
Tareth.
Oh,
Yeah. If
oh, right. Okay.
would make a lot of sense because he did cast like a high-level abjuration spell on my arm to charge it with something.
Was it? Yeah. I thought it was divination personally. I don't think it was abjuration.
I do not remember
Yeah.
what spell you even put in there. Gonna be real with you.
No,
I want-
nor am I.
Identify being cast.
It was definitely divination though, and
Okay.
that if that changes anything, if you pull him out of the bag, the the anvil doesn't seem to recognize them, and nor does the nothing seem to know what's going on. But they are absolutely fascinated by the surrounding destruction and debris that are in this room. He
Oh,
goes
wait,
over to the cabinet as well.
I have one more. Oh, I remember there were 2 stones in the cabinet as well, right?
There are 2
Oh, yeah,
sapphires.
yeah.
Yeah. Is there anybody locked in the sapphires?
Yes.
Nah, I believe that was it was just the rocks are
No.
empty.
Oh,
They are
Oh, they weren't.
still. They are worth. No, they're
Yeah.
not. But they are still worth 500 gold each if one wanted to take it with them.
yeah, sure. I guess
Seeker
we pick
will
up.
scoop them up, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in
Okay.
case we find a shop down here, just like a little.
That's
Yeah.
right. Or use them as spell components for something.
Yeah.
But yeah, add 2 sapphires worth 500 gold to your sheet.
All right.
Okay.
Splunk.
Now, so yeah, I keep forgetting that the Nothic's name is 3, which is kind of funny. But he is curious about the room and begins inspecting things. He tries to reach over to the sapphire as well, and tries to grab it, but you get to it before him.
Well, last question. Which of the towers would have the second line?
The second line, let me think. Oh boy.
Because we can go all the towers one by one in a random order.
Yeah, or you
But
can.
knowing them by...
Seeker will speak up. The order does not matter until the end. Just
The order
simply
doesn't
that we
matter,
get them.
but it makes it easier to remember the verse.
Looking
We
for
have
more
the-
towers. All right, actually, here's a section. The response is this.
If you're looking for more Octad, then I suppose the next closest towers that you might want to explore, the Tower of Conjuration and the Tower of Transmutation. They are in close proximity. In fact, you might be able to see their tops from one of the windows. I'm not sure which one has it. All the rites are sort of kept secret between each high mage, each one of them possessing a sort of key. If they all knew, then what would be the point of having it split up? So I'm not really sure which one has the next in sequence. But you should be aware it is not merely a phrase. It is not merely a passcode, but instructions for a ritual.
Oh, I love rituals.
Well, then you're going to have a blast with this one, because it has a lot of complicated steps to it. So like a puzzle of sorts. You do
no,
remember what the first line was, yes?
Can you, by your magic, can you post it in the handouts?
It's
First,
in
shield
Phantom
thy
Rumors.
heart with a wand from the Never Oak. A ward, a protection.
Hey, got some handouts.
Oh, it's die.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the first time around they used thine,
Mhm.
and then they just read it as thy, which also works.
The Nothic looks confused.
Mm.
In fact, it looks at you all.
You look as confused as I do.
Oh.
I don't know. Do you look confused? It's hard to tell with the one eye thing going on.
My head is tilted to indicate perplexing natures.
Oh, I thought you just need a little massage.
Perhaps my brain does need a massage in order to jog my thought processes. This is complicated, complex. We mustn't mess up the ritual.
T, you got a question?
Seeker will speak up. Most likely. Maturation award. Human hearts are sensitive organs. A little spark, and they stop. Stop. First step of many. One must make sure they live through the ritual to complete it. We'll learn more with the others. It'll be understood when we learn what will stop it.
I already don't like this ritual.
You don't like any rituals. You hate magic.
Likely it can be inferred that each step has something to do with the school. Or maybe it's random. Who knows? Who knows?
Hmm. All right.
Either way, no way but forward.
All right.
Come
What
along,
next?
Three. Let's put you somewhere safe. The city's got surprises, and not the good kind.
If that's the case, and you're
Oh.
ready to leave.
No. Tracker will pick up the small hammer. Is there any
Mm-hmm.
nook or cranny near the ceiling where he can put it to sort of hide it if there's anyone else coming nearby?
Behind the cabinet, maybe?
Somewhere high where no one can reach
Not-
it?
Speaker will raise up a
there's
hand.
braziers. There's a couple of braziers that you could put it up on, but it wouldn't be hidden.
Seeker raises up a hand. As it's been demonstrated, the hammer is for presentation. Don't ruin the art piece for a function with no point. Any hammer will do. It's the anvil that's special.
I think the anvil was not convinced a normal hammer would suffice.
And yet it did. Unintentional, but a fact.
You know this. I've seen this. Someone else who comes here might not know this. They might
You
try
think
to
you're
waste
the only
resources to
person who
find-
can try something for no reason? See if it works. Plus, do you think our
You-
friend here would like to resist if he's offered something to eat? It's his
You
function.
seem to confuse my reasoning with that of a wizard.
What part of someone is willing to try something to see if it works? Do you not understand? Or the simple fact, the anvil has a purpose it wants to fulfill, and it has no obligation to protect us.
What harm would it do us to put this hammer somewhere high where it's hard for other people to reach it?
And what help would it
At
be?
worst, it will only distract them and make them more time. What help it would be for us is someone we don't want to use the anvil cannot use the anvil easily. We're not the only people here. And if we can make them waste some time, so be it.
If I can interject, I would request the hammer remain where it is. My function is the same regardless of who uses it.
Just put it on a brazier or something and get out of here.
Is where I was putting it, yes.
All right. And with that, Stef, you head back downstairs. The coast is clear. Looks like
Zephyr
it's
stepped
nice
back
and-
upstairs.
God.
That's
They
fine. We
slipped
don't need to worry
upstairs.
about this map anymore.
Yeah.
So are you guys
Android.
moving on? Yep.
As they leave, he stops, grabs his needle, flings it over, wrapping it around the hammer. And pulling it over as he catches it and places it exactly where it's supposed to be. Art begets art. And leaves.
Okay.
Odd
Back out.
craftsmanship.
Back out into the hum and din of Yithrin. We have the flashing Mythala still spinning in its chamber beyond. From the floor, you can see the base. See the top of two nearby towers. This would be this one and this one, I believe. But in addition to that, there is whole sections of city, chain lightning stadiums, massive libraries and scriptoriums, you name it. There is a whole bunch of different locations. So I'm not trying to push you towards a tower. I'm just letting you know you can see two towers from where you are. But if you wish to head into the cities and explore those as well, you absolutely can. There is a lot to uncover.
Is everyone waiting for someone else to decide?
What these parts are again?
The massive sections of the city.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. So you can see over yonder, there does appear to be one looking like it's a high security section of the city where you see a number of portcullises and high walls, towers with like watchtowers on them as well. And what else? There is a massive spire that, as your eyes sort of look up and up and up, you're gonna have to crane your head before you spin around and realize this spire bends over impossibly and connects to the central tower in Yithrin. And those looking at it realize that's got to be more for some kind of function than simply an artistic representation of something.
Does there appear to be
It's certainly
any entrances or doorways or anything at the bottom of it? Is it like a lift or a teleporter or something that helps us get inside that central area?
Yeah, if you kind of take a minute or two. Maybe take a minute or two to kind of head down that street and look at it. You can see the arcing strut of dark stone rises from a ruined district, and there seems to be a gate engraved with arcane sigils that is set into the base of the strut.
Does anyone recognize these markings?
Can
No.
I attempt to decipher them?
Yep, give me an intelligence arcana roll.
All right, give me an intelligence arcana roll.
Or does
Flips it back on you.
Professor Scant recognize them?
14 is actually a success. You can tell these are not just any one symbol, but it represents all 8 schools of magic. But it might be part of the arcane octad, perhaps.
Let me just fix myself up. Splunk. Nice. I don't know, for funsies, how about I give it a go? See where the dice takes me. Perhaps a history or something?
Yeah, sure. History check.
Yeah, might give us different info and be something that only this character can do. And plus 1d4 because of guidance, so it's a 20 minimum.
Alright.
23.
You tap into your memory banks, and it's starting to come back to you. It feels like this place you'd tried to push out of your memory for some reason. Perhaps because of its connection, its intrinsic tie to the central tower, a place where things happen, let's say. This is a magic elevator of sorts, and it is encompassed by a force field that you won't be able to get in without the right of the Arcane Octad. And nor can you teleport through it either. It prevents that.
Yep.
This is clearly a lockdown, and no one's getting in without that sequence or ritual. But
Yep.
I see. So
Yeah.
this is like a place for later when we have everything completed.
Right.
Are we talking
Precisely.
about this thing or the force field
Correct.
at the base? Okay.
No, it's right here. Yeah. The strut is the elevator that gets you into the central tower, because looking
Gotcha.
at the central tower, it's sort of supported on a massive platform that's above the Mythalar. But the Mythalar does also have its own force field as well. That
Yeah.
you haven't seen any sigils on the outside for. So like the struts coming off of the platform, they don't have any of these symbols. So you're correct in identifying this is where you would go after you've collected all 8 towers.
Okay.
Or eight parts of the sigil sequence. But yeah, you remember like flickers of memories just passing through this hollow passage.
Might I throw out a lore idea that probably was not imagined, but is kind of a vibe I'm getting from looking at the city?
What's that?
This was a tree once.
What?
The tower was a tree once.
A tree.
Indeed. Petrification, magically imbued, carefully cultivated. It malformed and sheared into shape.
It does look as though
Right.
the struts off the main platform, like, look, they stretch out, dig into the ground like roots.
Thought it would be an interesting thing that he could just know, which would also make sense because I'm guessing Nephirim was very related to the elves because it's the fucking elves and they live forever.
Well, Three's Arcanists were mostly human, but
Imagine. It's at least something that I think they'd give a go at, especially since suns supply like energy to trees, and well, we got a mini one over there.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, decent lore
Potentially.
addition.
I mean, the roots do stretch out all to the towers, and the towers feed off that main structure, like roots going underground. So, I suppose when you look down from a top point of view, if anything, these sections of the city look like petals of a large flower.
Indeed,
could
there's
be
a
the-
level where we just don't know what it looked like in its heyday, but we can infer from like visual storytelling that perhaps it wasn't always so dour looking.
Yeah, certainly.
So they grew the city?
All right, well,
Yeah. Anyway, Seeker speaks up as he, touches the wall. It is said in many myths there was Earl Tree. Who else but the Babylonian? Or, the Nephirim. In this case, but the Nephirim to reach towards the gods. The roots of a tree spreading, branching, living arcane.
Reach the gods? I thought you just had to go to an island for that.
Were you there? You weren't there.
No, but I heard
Yes,
the
heard
stories.
There's many different tales. many different theories, many different things. It's a bit of artistry, a bit of mockery, vanity and vainglory. When you are gods on earth, why not live a little and make a wonder of the world? They were the envy of everyone, both arcane, primal, divine. Oh well. It is what it is. I wonder what it would have looked like if they were to keep the leaves.
Where are we going next?
Yeah. Well, I guess we check out one of the towers. What's left? Abjuration and transmutation.
Is what we did. Conjuration is the one of the closest.
Sure. Let's just go to the closest one.
Fun
Isn't there like
fact,
12
did
towers
you know
or more?
there's 8.
There's a lot. Right, conjuration then, I guess. Unless you have an inkling to go to transmutation over this.
Fun fact, did you know transmutation
conjuration it is.
alphabetically the last one? Yes.
Hell yeah,
What about
we're
necromancy?
breaking some rules again.
Necromancy comes before transmutation alphabetically.
Oh, transmutation. Alright, I thought you were saying... Okay. Alright. The Tower of Conjuration is engraved with that same symbol and interlocking circles of stones. There's a yellow light spilling from its topmost window, and the faint sounds of brooms brushing on stonework drifts through broken doors.
The Seeker will speak up.
Do you go inside? Okay.
I could use an hour, by the way. It'll be harder to protect, to make my clients safe. I expended quite a bit of effort in that last fight.
Is this
I
like
mean,
a long-winded
short rest.
way of telling us you want the shortest? Okay.
Yeah, it's called role-playing, Stef. You goober.
You knew what you meant. Alright, so a short rest is what you're trying to get. What about the rest of the pie? Do you want to go inside the tower first, or try and take a short rest? That's up to
don't
you.
really care.
I mean, I'd like to spend some time inspecting for like traps and stuff after the last hour.
So that's inside the next tower, you mean?
Yeah, see if I can safely spot any traps without, like, walking deep into a trap.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, either
So-
way, you're gonna find the trap.
Let's and okay, and tracker.
If we're gonna wait another hour outside, can I even fit in one of the next towers?
What's your strength at to right now?
My strength is 22. My height is... Oh.
Will he forever keep growing, or just until he's huge?
I'm plus... I'm... If we take
Oh, you don't know that.
a rest... sorry. 12, 18. I will be 19 feet.
Whoa.
If we take a short rest.
And now... And... You just... When you... On the last hour, you gained another foot, didn't you?
Yes.
Sorry, not another foot. On the last hour, you gained another strength, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I
Have we
need to know.
tried to spell magic on him yet?
Oh, he doesn't want to. He can't. He could just let go of the thing. He just doesn't want to.
Vladimir's spark
Make
looked
sure-
like it visibly absorbed into his body.
We'll try to spell magic.
Magic
now,
that
as the
was
anti-magic field worked.
the anti-magic field did indeed shrink him down. Yeah, it's
That
true.
way.
But was
Yeah.
Gonna
temporary.
do that, Tracker? Yes or no?
Don't you fucking dare.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we can. He doesn't want to.
Okay, well,
What a
have fun in the
response.
city because you're never leaving. At some point, the entrance is too big. It's your
Well,
home
but
now.
he will never be too big.
Faith says, I guess we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. Unless, of course, the bridge breaks under the weight of Tracker.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm just
he'll-
joking.
He'll just cross that chasm in one giant, mighty pussycat stride. It'll do. You're not going to be riding
There
on.
is
Einhorn
bigger
anytime soon, I tell you that
creatures
much.
crawling around the caves of hunger. If they can get out, I can get out.
The
If they're
things that can
crawling
dig
around
through the ground?
If they're crawling
Yes.
around the
Things-
caves, they must be pretty big caves.
How good are you at
You-
digging?
He has a burrowing speed, I guess. That's all he needs.
Don't have a burrowing speed yet.
Yet.
Are we looking for a spell that gives you
How's
a burrowing speed? Is that the plan? Which tower can
Yeah.
give him burrowing speed?
I mean,
Conjuration? With
conjuration might just help teleport him out.
Yeah.
Transmutation might
Conjuration might
turn
do
into
that.
something.
Transmutation might do that.
Yeah,
We have.
there's-
I have
Good
ways
one.
when it comes to it.
Yeah.
I've already prepared for the circumstance. Don't you worry. Let him hold
You know what?
his.
Tracker has tremor sense. He can stand outside the building, and if trouble's happening, like I'll tap a part of the wall to tell him where to stab, and he can stab it, or punch it, or something. Right from the outside.
Precisely. Ain't nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
All right then. Tower of Conjuration. I think. Oh yeah, we all of that, and we didn't come to the conclusion. Are we taking a short rest or going inside the tower?
I guess this discussion was a short rest.
No,
We
it
can
certainly
take a
was
short
not. No, it wasn't.
Does it make more sense to go into one of these mini buildings, search it for, I don't know, traps, treasure, something, and take a short rest inside rather than out in the open where anything could be flying around? Or
I mean, I presume we just like take a short jaunt to the library.
I wouldn't presume that. I don't think folks.
Yeah.
Which one is the Conjuration Tower?
This one.
Oh, it is.
This one right
Zaelong.
here. You're
Yeah.
right in front of it. You're standing right in front of the doors. And you can hear the slight brooming sound, like shush, shush.
We're already.
But,
going. Why?
So there
waste time
already is a
to
building.
the
You can
library?
just go in.
Yeah. If you
But-
think it's safe enough to rest outside, I wouldn't say no. My leg is still rather badly injured from that that blow I took from the hammer. You've seen it do its work, Tracker. You know what kind of power it has, so something that would allow me a little bit of time to rest and heal would be great. And I think Fangpaw Jaws need a little bit of a rest too. Willow, you're not looking too
Mhm.
wonderful either.
I'm
I
fine.
can. I think I'm also fine. I can stand watch for them while they take a short rest. If we even need to do such a thing.
It
If
may-
they're
it may
resting
not-
in the tower, I can sit in front of the door and protect the door.
Yeah, let's
That's
go in the tower. Actually, if it's just me, that needs it, I will cast a healing spell. Chris, I'll do it when we move into the next map, though. So
Mhm.
that
Seeker
Fang
could-
Paw Jaw-
Sure.
The Seeker
Sorry,
could
Keith.
also use it. Because, you
Yeah.
know, I've spent every single one of my superiority dice and action surge and also a second wind.
All right.
All right, sure. In the time that you've been hesitating and standing outside the door, and as Willow's getting in close to investigate for traps, the brewing sound suddenly gets louder and louder and gets towards the front door, at which point you see the door suddenly slam shut, and let's see what else. A smooth metal door suddenly with an iron handle clicks up and then falls back into place. And the area around the tower seems to have been cleaned as well, Willow, making it very easy to spot if there was any traps. But I'll let you roll a perception check for me, Willow. This seemed to be almost as soon as you got close enough to the door that this brooming sound seemed to get close and shut it from the other side. And you could hear the sound of the door locking as well when you approached it.
Does anything happen if I walk away from it? Does it open up again?
No. No, it doesn't open up again. But I will say, though, that you perhaps hear the door... Let me check here, actually. Yes, you do hear with that perception check, the door sounds like it goes clthunk again, which is the kind of inverse of what you heard a moment ago when it did lock. And I will say the handle does sort of jostle slightly, but the door doesn't swing all the way open.
Well, now I want to test it again. If I approach it and walk away from it, does it seem to lock and unlock?
Yes, repeatedly.
Sounds, so I'm assuming that.
Yeah, it does. The sequence of what I just described happens again when you get closer and when you back away.
Nice. I have an idea. What if I step far away enough that it's locked and I misty step to it and unlock it as quickly as I can?
Okay. Damn, that's interesting. All right. Tell you what. Give me a dex check. If you get higher than a 20, you can get there first.
God, that's 20.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling. Womp womp.
Oh, 14. Oh man. Okay.
Oh, I can't even do that with guidance.
I'll give him my inspiration so he can try again if he wants to.
All right. Yeah. Willow, you can roll again if Stef's giving you his
Let's
inspiration.
go gambling.
I'll allow.
That is
Yeah.
21! Thanks, Stef.
Nice.
99% of
Okay.
gambling Stop before we get their big win.
Precisely. Oh, Willow, you are fast enough that you hear the locking mechanism, but you grab a hold of the handle, turn it down, and shove the door open. And absolutely, you're able to get your foot in the door, so to speak, as you hear something kind of brushing up against the other side. And you feel a pressure trying to push it, but it is seemingly not strong enough to have enough pressure to get the door closed again. Like, I'm pretty sure your strength is at least a 12. Yeah, easily. So the rest of the party, what are you guys doing?
Willow, can you hold that for an hour while we all take a little rest?
Good job, Willow. Here, let me.
I could
help
just
you.
sit down against it, couldn't I? Does that count as a
You-
short rest when
yes.
sitting against this door?
Same goes for.
You want to take a rest outside
Oh, let's get
where... Yeah, okay.
get
I feel like Graham was the only one with brains there, mentioning, the patrolling enemies swooping around. Like, yeah. All right, you jump inside the tower. Let's go.
Do we see
There's-
anything inside that might seem dangerous before everyone walks in? Like, that's definitely gonna be like
How
Dave,
many
if-
moving
if-
creatures are there near the door?
if
The
a
tremor sense.
squadron of brooms is dangerous to you, then yes. But Tracker,
Okay.
ooh, tremor sense. There are creatures moving around. You can feel their footsteps, and yet you see only floating brooms brushing around inside the interior.
Unseen
I
servants.
have an idea.
Mm.
I'll let one step in first since they don't seem to be doing any damage. But fairy fire.
He's just burning all the spells. Yeah, let's say
yeah,
they're
I
not.
have tremor sense as well, so I can do it where I feel like they're happening to see if we get like an outline of them to get like a size idea
Yeah.
or shape idea
All
of
right.
them.
Yeah, they've. I'll say that as collective, they pretty much fail, and you outline a whole bunch of tall, thin, roughly humanoid-shaped visage, but it's not anything with clear distinction or detail. They just seem to be like your equivalent of like a mannequin like shape. They're just a frame of a human. And they don't seem to react much either when you do this. It's not like they're like suddenly shocked to have been seen. They just seem to continue brushing around, and they don't really much take notice of you, if anything. They may like come towards you and start brushing your shoes because they're probably a bit dusty or such. Other than that, some of them are moving against the door, and they are trying to push it, but they physically haven't got the strength to match yours, Willow. They're thin.
So they're just following instructions?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. I guess we'd have to worry about them.
Look, this one's polishing my boots rather finely, I might add. Willow, take note. That's what you'll be doing after we've done here.
What? I already held the door open for you. That's what you get today.
That's very good.
I feel like an unseen servant would have like the same kind of energy as a wireframe from Smash Bros.
Yeah.
Something like this.
So, how many ways are there to different rooms? Just so we know what to keep an eye on. Is it just a staircase, or are there some doors?
Yeah, sure. Let me describe for this interior. Okay. The room contains it contains plush chairs, sofas, and tables, which appear to have been damaged, then lightly mended, and they're arranged in an orderly way. An ornate gemstone-studded chest sits next to one of the sofas. On the east end of the room, a faintly glowing door lies closed. And there seems to be a cage next to the door. You can't see what's in it from here, but there seems to be some sort of creature in there. And the continuous sounds of sweeping as well. And I'll drag you to the map so you can see exactly what I'm describing. And this is going to be awkward as I try to drag you on, because I'm not going to want to hit you with that. Where's the party? Oh boy, I knew Willow would get trapped out there. Alright. You're not still a bear, are you? No, you can't be a bear. Yeah, there we go.
Can't Misty Step as a bear. Bear's first to make
Yeah.
is Misty Step.
Alright. There we go. These are the doors you just came through.
I didn't need to use a spell slot for that, did I?
Why is that?
Keep that spell slot. I can do it once a day for free.
Wait for a second again. Be right back.
Oh, was that part of your feat?
Learn Misstep and one level spell, Donation School Magic. You can cast each of these spells without expending a spell slot. Once you cast these spells in this way, you
What
can't
feature is
cast
this?
it in this way. Fey touch. You can't cast a spell again this way.
It is the
until
feat.
you
So
finish
it
one
is your feat. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I was just checking. Okay, cool. All right then. As you've got closer to the cage, Seeker, you can actually see, as it happens, there is an owl inside the cage.
Hmm?
It seems to be eyeing you, and
You like owls?
kind of adjusts its wings, but its head is like turned almost 180 because its body is facing the wall, but its head spins around as you guys enter the room.
Yeah. Seeker, of course, has his own owl. And I suppose for fun, they all tilt their heads as well.
Yeah, sure. They seem
While
to be
they're
looking at one another now.
while they're doing that, I am going to use divine. If we're about to take a short rest, sorry, I will use divine sense just to see if there's anything celestial, fiend, or undead for the next 10 minutes.
Hacking around. What's the range? 30 feet.
Sorry, I just closed it there. Divine sense.
And is it blocked by stone?
60 feet.
Correct.
As a bonus action, you can open your awareness for next 10 minutes or until incapacitated. You know the location of any creature of those types within 60 feet of yourself, and you know its creature type. Within the same radius, you also detect the presence of any place or object that's been consecrated or desecrated, as with the Hallow spell. So it doesn't have any limits on it.
There's nothing about
Nah.
it's blocked by stone, etc.
No.
Fantastic. Well, that's okay. There is the disgusting stench or chill up your spine. There is the presence of a fiend.
Oh.
It is the direction as well, correct?
It's know the location of any
Location?
creature. Yeah.
It is directly above you on an upper floor of the tower. Somewhere in that 60-foot range, but it's in this tower up above you.
Okay.
And
alert
it's
the party.
stationary.
Friends, I must warn you that if we are not alone, it will be of no surprise to you, of course, but this presence above us is of a distinctly fiendish nature, as if the very abyss seems to wish to drop on our own heads. Be aware, I don't think this will be the safest place for us to take that rest.
And the next thing you pick up is the celestial being here as well. Except this is in the room with you. Right in that cage.
Having just said that, of course, whilst there is some fiendish work at play, we may also be in the presence of angels. Yeah, approaches the owl, and he will speak in celestial, and he'll say,
Oh.
Well, my friend, you seem to have got yourself in a little spot of bother here. Might I inquire as to what's going on here?
Who, me?
Well, yes, you. Who else do you think I'd be talking to? I don't often make a habit of talking to owls if I can help it, but on this occasion, I think I'll make an exception.
You catch on fast.
I'm known for it, actually. My mind as sharp as a sword be. When I was younger, in fact, in my regiment, people would often come to me with challenging puzzles or to ask me about things that had happened maybe several years ago, because my mind was like a bear trap. Once something had got in there, you never get out, you see.
Its eyes start to close, as though it's dozing off.
Are you praying to your deity? Who do you follow? From whence you came?
Who do I follow? No one. I have no master.
And why are you in this cage if you don't have a master? You don't sit in there by choice, do you?
That is a question. Why am I here? You are in the study of one high conjurer, Damarith. He must have put me
He did.
here for a reason. I couldn't say. All I know is that I have not yet seen them. Today. Or yesterday. Or the day before.
How many years?
1, 2, 3. They continue to count
4.
until otherwise stopped. They
Can you
get to
count
about 20
higher
before Snob's like, make it stop.
Can you?
I don't think it's speaking common, so yeah, Sigurd.
It's
doesn't know what's being
celestial.
said. Yeah,
Oh, my bad. I couldn't have said that then.
yeah.
You
I
don't say
can
it to
speak.
Roland.
But it is making noise, and I guess it's kind of going, hoo, 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 hoo.
Well, I can understand it. I can just read its mind and translate.
Oh yeah.
You can.
By the way, Roland, you got
Yeah.
a ping of I'm not sure actually. What do you think, GM? Fae or Celestial? What do you think he'd assign to CK?
To your owl, sorry? To
Yeah.
your familiar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would probably go with Celestial as well. Yes.
Yep.
They saw themselves as gods. They wish to breach the heavens of possibility, warp the fabric of reality like a god. Celestial makes sense. And maybe that's precisely why I just went through that same. I actually went through that same thought process earlier because it says, "Hey, this is a familiar," and then Roland just went, "I cast Divine Sense," and I
Yep.
was like, "Oh shit, it's got to be one of them." So yes, this case, that's exactly why they're both celestial.
Amazing.
They look in, yeah. So
Well, these owls are full of surprises today. We'll circle back to this and have a conversation another time. But you, my little one, are you
surprises
here?
do come in time.
They do. And are you here of against your volition? Do you need set free? We seem to be getting in the habit of finding little birds trapped and in need of rescue.
Oh no, I won't be here for long.
How long have you been here? You've already
They
been
kind of
here.
tilt their
1,
head.
2,
I've been.
3.
I've both been here for a long time and for a short time.
I see. Well, you're starting to make about as much sense as Seeker does when he opens his mouth. Tell me, do you know what is up above us? I get this awful, sickening feeling in my stomach. It's something that wishes to do us harm, or at least by its very nature is not to be trusted or trifled with. You know what I speak of?
I do. But fear not. It's got its own little cage, too. And you see them swinging back on this little tiny perch. And you see its wings kind of flex out to the cage, rattling its sides.
Is there anything else you could tell us about it? Are you in some ways bound together in some heavenly and hellish equation or trap.
No,
If
no.
if we kill it, will
Nothing
it
like
harm
that.
you?
I will tap Roland on the shoulder. Roland,
Yes, Stef.
we've been traveling together for like a year. Do you not know what a familiar is?
A familiar. Oh, I see. I thought we'd stumbled upon a creature trapped from the very Mount Celestia itself and locked here in this plane to serve some fiendish purpose.
Are you talking about Fangpodger?
She was complaining that she hadn't been allowed to run about in the fields. You know, when we were younger and we used to live on top of the mountain, she'd howl at the sun from the moment it went up to the moment it went down. You couldn't get her to shut up half the time.
Oh, you have a lot in common.
Yeah. Yeah. Snob's like, you got it first, damn. So, damn.
Oh.
Snob fist bumps you.
I'm feeling attacked. I'm feeling personally attacked here. Oh, look. I think this couch looks very comfortable. I'll just take a sit down and tend my leg for a moment. Someone else talk to the Willow, good. Why don't you do that thing where you turn into a rabbit again and see if you can talk to the other animal?
I don't think that's how that works.
Have you tried? But
I forgot to
because
mention.
I missed half of that. You found a familiar of some sorts waiting for its wizard. Is that correct? Did I infer that correctly?
I think so, yeah.
I
You
said
inferred that.
yeah,
Go on,
I wasn't here for half of the conversation, so did I infer that correctly? That we found some sort of familiar and
Yes, you did. You can telepathically communicate and detect its thoughts as well.
I see.
And yes, it does indeed seem to be thinking about the high conjurer, Damarith. And that actually currently, as Roland goes to back and sits down, there's an amusement on them when Roland says, "Oh, well, I don't know much about familiars," and goes and sits down. There seems to be a very the emotion of amusement on the owl.
I see. Can you tell us where the High Conjurer might have gone?
Ooh, I suppose in Ythrin's final moments, he likely tried to teleport. He was known for jumping around the planes of existence.
And he just left you here? All by yourself? That's not very nice. I'd never do that to Gibbles.
Oh no, I'm quite content. I'm not trapped or anything. But he did leave me here with a reason.
Can you tell us that? Oh my God, it's hard to get up. Can you tell us that reason?
Time will tell.
Oh, oh no! Oh, he just went out for a pack of cigarettes, right?
Went out for a cart of milk.
Or a cart of milk.
They look towards the door though as they say that, and I guess the thoughts that you're detecting from it is how did you put it? It's an emotion of duty. There's an emotion of importance about them.
I see. Well,
there's also a little mischievous streak about them as well. A little streak of tricksiness.
I see. Well, Either way, we are inside the tower already now, right? Or where are we?
You
are
are-
we like in an alcove?
You are inside the tower, and unless anyone has said otherwise, you see the sweeping brooms and unseen servants have walked over and closed the doors. And Tracker, you're sat over here by this massive, luxurious feast, and they seem to set out a knife and fork for you, as well as a plate. If you're like hovering near the table, they even pull out the chair for you.
I move aside the chair, and I'm gonna sit on the ground with my back to the table, looking at the group.
Makes sense.
So, don't just
Yeah.
just to double check, if someone summons a familiar and then dies, the familiar sticks around?
No.
Yeah.
Correct.
No.
Well,
So
it does,
No?
yeah.
what?
Oh,
Yes.
let me check. Hold on, let me check.
There
Find
is a
familiar.
curious situation
I
with a
mean-
certain white ferret that normally shouldn't exist.
Nope, it sticks around.
Yeah, it doesn't say it dies in the spell.
Wait,
That
No,
is
didn't-
sad.
Other thing, like my mount, it specifically says disappears when it hits 0 or it when I die. But
Your mount is not a familiar.
yeah, find familiar is different.
Right.
Says nothing. It's silent
Precisely.
on the topic.
So there's no way to infer whether the High Conjurer is still alive based on the existence of this familiar.
So bad for him. Existing forever in a cage.
We'll see about that.
Did
So
you see in a,
you
is he in a
guys-
cage?
he is in a cage, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, can I let him out of the
Um,
cage?
You know
they
what?
don't
Short
seem to
rest before you
mind.
start releasing stuff.
Oh,
They say like,
You're
no,
so-
no, not necessary. Quite content where I am. I won't be here for much longer. Sorry. So, you want to ask something? T?
Yeah, so everyone's kind of been saying their sentiments about the owl, like, so far, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I Roland would translate.
The Seeker will speak up. You all are slow on the uptake, I see. Put it quite simply, there is nothing more blessed than to have a purpose. This owl was made for one. Decorative or visual. I do not know if it was High Conjurer, Demarifs. Really, it could be tied to a bauble. A rudimentary and cheap arcane eye. I do not know. Or what do I actually? Should I roll history?
Well, they were summoned. They were summoned here. First of all, not created, but yeah, either way,
Yeah.
semantics. But were they tied to something? What was the question? Sorry.
He's theorizing that theoretically they might not be tied to a person, but an object in order to use the visual ability. Yeah, basically.
That
the
is
see
possible.
ability. Rudimentary
Yeah, it's
camera system,
possible.
basically, which is why they're here. He doesn't know because it could
one
be
of
a
the-
secret. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the first things he said was that they have no master.
Yeah. Despite not thinking that like High Conjurer is dead, they still said they don't have a master. So his theory is they're either decorative, because it's the Conjuring Tower and it's a familiar, or that it's for a rudimentary camera system tied to an item, because
Right.
these were the masters of magic, and I don't think it would be impossible for them to put the like seeing through the eyes and ears of animals aspect. Like not being able to tie it to like a pair of goggles or like some kind of apparatus.
Definitely. Yeah. It's at this point, as you're talking about the owl and referencing it could be tied to an object, the owl says, "Well, time's up. Toodaloo." And they suddenly vanish and then reappear in the cage as a rat.
What?
Oh, right on time. I was just about getting hungry. Snorp, fetch me the silver.
If you want food, you know, there's a whole table over there. There's a whole feast, in fact. Why am I even standing? Why am I sitting down? Excuse me, coming through.
I touch strange food.
I haven't had rat ever since we went out of the scoundrel hideout in Good Meat.
Wait, was it the scoundrel
Oh,
hideout?
they got fish. Oh,
Don't
they got
touch
turkey.
the strange food.
Was that corn?
Do we know it's safe? How
We'll
could
know
a
soon
full
enough.
cooked meal just be there?
Oh no, soon enough.
No, I wanna.
I mean, yeah.
I wanna eat the rat.
You could.
I want to eat the rat.
Oh no.
What
All
is
right, you head
wrong with
over.
everyone?
You can try and stop him if you want. Snorps. You can stop Snorp, don't overpower him, but he looks like he's salivating.
Yeah, no, let me alone. So Roland is gonna say to lean in and look at the rat and say, "Willow, is that you? Have you turned into something else again? Someone fetch a carrot."
Oh, I'm behind you.
Willow, fetch a carrot.
Pantomime.
Willow needs a carrot. Willow.
This place is dark and powerful magic indeed. Can turn a rabbit into a rat. Made his tail go from a little fluffy ball into a long worm-like thing. It's disgusting.
Okay, but does nobody else have questions?
This sofa
When
looks very,
you're all
very...
done going insane.
Yes. Do you prefer your rat more spicy or like more sweet and sour?
I'm not going to let you eat
Oh
Willow.
my god! Can I slam my head into a wall? Is that like how
made a
many
solemn-
die of damage does that deal?
Solemn oath to protect him. I think he must have swallowed the ring or something because I don't see it on his little leg here.
Wow, that worked. I tried to roll a 0.1 die roll. You take no damage, Willow, but the unseen servant comes over and starts wiping away, first of all, like the head mark on the wall where you dented it, and then they rub your forehead as well, as if to stroke a boo-boo.
Dented it? What is this wall made out of?
I mean, you might have left like a smear of like sweat or something, but you didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
sweat,
I guess you
oil,
can dent
dirt,
it.
wherever the fuck a druid's going to be covered in.
Yeah,
New
right.
build.
Something.
Prefab wizard tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was your question?
I will
Willow?
say. Okay, yeah.
The fuck is going on? What are the chances that we would walk into a building and then something just, I assume Roland translated, but my time's up and then turn into a rat?
Mm.
Did something know we would be here? It's just does it do this every day? Can you still talk to it?
Let me see if I can communicate with Willow here. Is Divine
Okay.
Sense still up?
Yes, it's active for like 10 minutes, and
Yep.
yes, this is another celestial creature.
It is still celestial. That was Willow, I've discovered that you in fact have the blood of the heavens in your veins as well. This is indeed a very
Hey.
interesting day to discover this
Hey,
about you, Willow.
I'm not Willow. Who the hell is Willow?
Who are you?
Oh, they've corrupted his mind as well. This is terrible.
Oh, don't talk so much. That's gonna take all the fun out of the meal.
Well, if you're
I
not
would
Willow,
like to
then-
minor illusion my floating head in front of Roland, between Roland and the rat to scare him. I'm frustrated.
So,
It will just appear in his face, and when he spooks, it will then disappear.
This is not making
It does.
sense.
It kind of goes into the corner of the cage, reacting from it. All right. You asking who it is, though?
Yes, what's your name, little one? If you're not Willow, then who are you, and where did the owl go?
Who are you? Hoo.
You can call me Tat.
Tat. The rat?
Tat the rat.
Rat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Yes,
Rat.
exactly. Just Tat for short.
Yeah,
So Roland having PTSD about war drums.
I'm very confused because a moment ago you were an owl, and are you a dark shapeshifter, or is there foul magic at play that transformed you into a rat from a glorious owl into this disgusting little rat in front of us?
Maybe I transformed. Maybe I teleported out and reappeared here. Which one do you think it is? And do you think it matters?
I think you should probably answer soon, because the big blue lizard over there doesn't eat owls, but he does eat rats.
And you are looking mighty delicious.
Okay, well then I should buy some time, shouldn't I? Let's think. Well, I'm here with a purpose as well. So killing me would lower your chances of figuring everything out.
Well,
And then you might be stuck in here.
Well, being a delicious main course is certainly a noble purpose.
No. I'm supposed to function beyond just food. I don't need food. We don't need food. No one needs food here. In fact, you've got all the food you could need. Just eat the hero's feast and be done with it.
I'll make you. Oh, hero's feast. I'll make you a deal.
Hey, there you go.
How about you tell us a little bit about what's the thing called again? The second octet? Yeah, and I will consider eating some boring food instead of you.
The arcane octet, eh? Well, that'll be upstairs.
Well, why didn't you say so?
That's it.
Up we go then. How do we get up?
Yeah. That's the tricky part.
Oh.
But I'm surprised none of you have tried the door yet.
Well, we've been rather
got-
interested in the...
Oh.
Some of my companions are not very sharp mentally, you understand, so it takes them a little bit of time to figure such things out, like, doors.
If anyone
They
touches that
can be
door,
very
I will hit
tricky.
you with an arrow.
Okay.
We agreed to short rest.
How
No one
much-
touched that door.
Time
That's
are
true.
we going to waste in this room? It's getting cramped.
Enough for a short rest.
Yes. Fine Portugal.
Snob says, I'm not going to stop eating.
Right.
Well,
There's
since
enough,
it's a
there's
hero's
enough
feast-
food here to... go
Since
on.
it's a hero's feast, I'll go eat it as well. If I
Yeah,
can't
Snob's
have
already
bread,
halfway.
yeah. If I can't
Snob's
have
already
bread,
like halfway into his.
Yeah.
So yeah, you go ahead. You start eating into this freshly cooked meal. There's buttered corn. There's a freshly cooked turkey. And there's
Is
looks to be
there's some
salmon.
kind of spell making everyone crazy that I'm immune to? What is happening?
Willow.
Oh,
What are you
maybe.
confused about?
Does everyone trust food? It's just on a table on plates for
Willow.
millennia.
Since
and
when
years.
are you afraid of a sausage?
Willow.
The last tower tried to kill us.
Have you ever heard about peer pressure? Now
Hello,
dig in.
There's a carrot
Willow.
over here, Willow, and a big juicy carrot.
There is still a minority willing
That's
to eat
offensive.
weird foods.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat the food. He's not gonna stop me either. Time to munch.
Yes.
What was you going to ask, T?
He's speaking to Willow, and he starts, explaining things, which is, Willow, take a moment and remember a few things. You're the smart one. One, I lived here yesterday. Once upon a time, this was a place that people lived. Two, this is the Tower of Conjuration. What would a wizard who wishes to show up make their entranceway? In a testament to conjuration. A display that might be a camera. It switches to the familiars as a presentation. A feast. Creating food and water was a mundane skill. And it is likely the higher variety. Curated by the arcane. Mended and well-made seats. This is a waiting room, a meeting room. It is safe. The door was locked, the unseen servants unbroken, the beasts contained. The food is safe. This is not a cave.
Everyone go ahead. I don't trust it. Stay
So
safe.
be it.
Faith asks, Willow, when you were a rabbit, or hare, I'm not sure which. When you were an animal, did you ever run into any traps by any chance? Or did you have family that got snatched up in snares or cages? Is that why you're a bit trepidatious about all this?
Sometimes there was screaming, and then there was a lot of blood. Most of their fur was blood, and the only thing you can do is run.
I'm so sorry, Willow. Kind praise on small game.
I just don't feel we're safe in the city or the caves or anything. And just because I don't know why something's dangerous, that doesn't mean there isn't a reason it could be dangerous. I don't know enough to know that it's safe.
Well, still gotta eat.
I have rations.
Oh,
Yeah.
this just
Not worried
tastes
about
delicious.
not having food.
Have a bite of this blue cheese, Roland.
Oh, blue cheese, you say? I haven't eaten that since I was in the courts of the High Church in the city. I believe it was my former squire. What was his name again? The one with the silly helmet. I think I've still got it in my bag. It started talking to me one day, and I.
Oh, you're talking about Sir Sillyhead.
Oh,
Yes.
that's the one. Yes, yes. Anyway, yes.
Why is everyone so eager to walk in a trap?
Well, I've already bitten into it. Have I exploded yet, Mr. Game Master?
Not yet. Well, how many bites did you take?
Just because the food isn't directly poisonous doesn't make it safe.
Let's say I've had like half a sausage and the cheese platter. I don't know.
Okay. Has anyone touched the corn? Yeah.
That's
Very funny.
the first thing they went
So
for.
is
I'll
so it's
say,
only me and
okay.
Tracker that don't trust it. The people who have dipped into Ranger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
No,
Faith too, who can sort of is learning to conjure her own food soon through the miracle of magic. But yeah, she's not partaking. She's like, I'm not really hungry in a place like this, but the caves of hunger did me in, but I'm okay for now. Okay. I guess then you guys are able to complete
Okay.
that short rest you wanted after all.
Willow, you trust
Since
this?
it's gonna
Yes.
Here, have fun.
good old berries. But yeah, since it takes an hour to devour this meal, it will be the equivalent of a short rest. So you can knock that off. Once everyone is seated and starts to dig in, the rat disappears, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And in their place, when I stop lagging. Jesus. Oh, it was just everyone recovering.
Wait, so does it disappear when everyone's sat down or after we've been sat down for an hour?
No, after when you sat down, when you've got seated and they're starting to dig in, it disappears, and in its place you see a small green scaled snake slither its way into existence.
Oh, even
Oh,
better than the rat.
Snake and a door.
Even better than the rat. This wizard was a
Just,
true
seems-
conjurer of delicacies.
That's it. Surely you're getting full on that fish.
So Roland's like stashing some of the blue cheese in his pack, hoping no one's looking. It's the only thing that will cause him to break his oath of honesty is blue cheese. He's like, oh, this is so good.
If it is
Can I
truly a
spend this
hero's
time?
feast,
Can I spend this time that those guys are eating the magic food just staring at the door? Because the door's glowing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I'm
There's,
just like
I guess,
looking at it, trying to figure out what the familiars have to do with this.
it's like this burning yellow symbol on it. That's the one the same as the one
that
outside on the
door.
tower. This is conjuration, yeah.
Right.
Otherwise, no other changes on the door. Just the switching out of these familiars every few minutes or so, right? The only other thing you haven't checked out is the ornate chest that's just to the right of your armrest, Willow.
Oh.
And when I say ornate, I mean, heck, that's got some decoration on it.
Like
but
there's
you
just a
take note that
diamond
it's got
jutted on the fucking top of that thing.
right.
And
Yeah, this
and
thing's
the ass on that thing, holy shit. No.
it's bedazzled. I think there's the word. Yeah, it's majorly bedazzled. Yeah, maybe. But it's got the same symbol. You can see really small, but it's on the chest. Same symbol as everything else you've seen. It's the conjuration on it. If you want to look over that, you can, whilst everyone else is eating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Check first if it has a
Do that.
pulse.
That's right, again. Draw your weapon.
Okay.
Is
So
there anything within 45 feet walking around past that door that I can sense with tremor sense?
not in that hour, no. Not from this. No, nothing gets that close to the tower, no.
45 feet?
Which is good in a
Okay.
way. 45 feet, no, nothing gets that close. Okay. I was gonna say.
Right, who's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
touch
Willow,
it?
you can have a look at the chest if you want. Everyone else is gaining a short rest from the feast, but you can be doing something
Yeah.
whilst they're eating.
I'll just look over it, see if there's a lock or anything other than the shininess on the outside.
Doesn't appear to be a lock, no. No No keyhole, no lock, no.
Is there even anything inside of it?
How would one check inside of it?
Lift
By
open the
opening
lid.
it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right then. So, yeah. You lift open the lid. There is something inside. It is bizarrely. Oh, actually. Oh, this is. I've been waiting for this. It's a very strange item. Okay. Yeah, it is a gemstone studded chest. You open it up, and it is completely empty.
Or
Except-
is it?
It's bizarre. It is bizarre. Nothing in here except there is a couple of compartments on the side, but it's nothing like it's nothing in here.
Okay, well, we have rotating familiars, a door, a tower of conjuration, and a chest. Could I put my hand in there and use produce flame to just produce a flame in my hand? Did I just hit myself with that
Okay.
again? I always do this.
Sure.
That's the way it's all
Sure.
about.
I'll tell you what,
I targeted nothing. It's fine.
you just want to burn in the interior away, just in case there's something in there or something?
It won't burn it. I don't think it burns it. There's no heat in it.
No,
Ignites
it's-
nothing. So I just
All
want
right.
to conjure it inside of it. So I'm conjuring
Got it,
something
got it.
inside the
Basically,
chest.
flashlight.
All right. Yeah, he's more like trying to set something off by using conjuration magic, I think.
Yes,
So
if that counts.
that's peculiar because there is a verbal component to that spell, correct? Yes. Okay. All right. You say like whatever it is to produce the flame, and let's see what happens.
I'm on. Tiny fire hands.
Tiny fire hands. Is that what you say?
Fire
Cool. Okay.
fingers.
A lantern appears inside, and it is in the shape of a hand, where the wick is at the finger. That it just
Okay,
magically appears right before your eyes.
Well, I'll show it to the group and ask if anyone understands because I am lost.
And you see on the top, or let's say just on the side of the chest, you see one of the little gemstones seems to like blink out, as though it's lost its luster and color.
It has limited uses and I wasted it on a fire. Fuck.
On a candle.
Here,
Fine,
you made a new
random, yeah.
lantern.
Oh no. I was trying to like see if it would trigger the door or something.
It's all right. You know, you're figuring this out, and everyone else is scoffing down their food right now. Fangpaw Jaw is the only one kind of like scratching the leg
Tracker is
on the tracker is looking as well. Okay, and then let's move you over there. Do you want to do anything with the chest as well? Since Willow's asking, does anyone understand this?
This door, was it locked, or just closed?
It's just closed. You haven't tried. No one's tried to open it yet.
Nobody's dared touch it yet.
No one's dared touch
Wait
it
until
yet.
after we had a short rest to touch the door.
That chest looks interesting. It's like that chest makes what you say. So if we need something to lock the door, to unlock a door, we can use that word to create it.
Yeah, it's a chest of conjuration. As I gobbled on the door. I'll say hot dog. Does a hot dog be blessed?
You go over to the chest and if you go over to the chest and you're like doing the same thing Willow did, where like putting a hand in it or touching it, then
sure.
then yes.
Sure, I'll do that and conjure a hot dog.
Can I
Secret
stop
roll
him if he
stop,
says
yeah.
he's trying to do this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Stef is rushing towards the chest. You can stop him, I guess, but
With limited uses.
How do you know that?
How
He was
many
like
gems
a
are
9th
shining?
level
Gems
spellcaster.
just went out.
Well, I
There's
really
multiple
want a hot
lights,
dog.
one of them's gone.
Just get one from the table and kill yourself with it.
Oh, I ate it already. not
Could you
this.
see if I've left my old holy sword in there? I really wish I hadn't lost it.
What is the
Is there
crime
anything
here?
holy?
we
Can
need right now?
what is the
Is there anything
crime
that
here?
would really
What is the crime here? Can a man not enjoy a succulent Neferis meal anymore? Oh my.
Seeker
Succulent
is
Netherese is
going
on that
to
table.
reach
he's
over and
referencing a
shut
meme.
the chest.
I want.
Is there
I
anything
wanted
that we
steak.
need? Anything that would help us?
Oh yeah.
There's got to be something, right?
Well, a weapon, I guess.
Like, if we ask for like a specific magical item, will that appear, or is this limited to simple stuff?
Well, it's over the course of this hour because it sounds like everyone's rushing over, even after finishing the meal. That I will say that you can identify it, Willow, since you've played around with its properties enough, and Tracker, you've started to figure out maybe what you say. This is a chest called the Abracadabras, and it works as such.
I've heard of this.
Exactly. I just want to like
It
say,
is-
I'll say I'm not doing this, but if I went vine climbing, would he give me a vine climbing, or would it just give me a vine?
It gives you
I
non-magical,
don't know if it...
non-magical objects.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. Otherwise, it would have given you like a scroll of produce flame. Instead, it gave you the next best thing, which is like a lantern. So the Abracadabras is a magical summoning chest. It can summon foodstuffs and liquids, pretty much anything worth with a total worth of 1 gold piece or less. And they all fit inside, and it has 20 charges, but they recharge like a d20 worth every day at dawn. So even though they have limited uses, they do recharge. So
Okay,
You can use
so we
it
can
once
each
a
have a
day
few
for
each
sure.
then. How many of us are there to split this between, just to get some stuff?
2, 3, 4,
or you can get 19 hot dogs if you want.
I want a snake.
It'd be-
Someone finally.
It would be a
give me-
stuffed snake. It would be a stuffed animal snake. If you wanted food, though, I guess it could be a cooked snake. Like, I guess.
Yeah.
I say, do my +1 arrows count as magical, or can I ask for a quiver of +1 arrows?
That would be magical.
And way more
Damn.
than 1 gold.
Yeah, that's also true.
Oh, fuck,
You could
yeah.
make more arrows, though. Absolutely. You could be like, I want an arrow. Oh, several, in fact, for a gold. Get like 20 for a gold. What do
Quiver
you
of
want to try? Steve?
arrows would be probably what you would say, but yeah. Raise hand apologies.
Did you want to eat the feast, by the way? Or are you not eating?
Seeker would participate because he, actually
Cheers.
lives here and know what this probably is.
Okay. Bizarrely, what does that look like? I must ask. Since you're wearing
he
a
faces the
mask.
wall, like, pretty much flush away from everyone else while they were, like, pinging down, reaching over and taking things as he tilts his mouth back and lifts it. And, you'd have to be in front of him to really see what's going on with that fucking hood of his.
Cool. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
The snake
There
tries to get a
is-
view of it, but they're like too stuck in the cage.
Yeah. I don't think, like, Tremor Sense, like, Blind Sight might be able to, but, like, really
Blind
quite sense what's
Sight,
going on behind me.
Blindsight can't see obscured areas. Your hood would obscure
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but yeah, like, maybe if you rolled a pretty solid perception, you might hear something very faintly.
Okay.
Because there is noise
I've
that
had
would
it.
probably be made.
Yeah. Interesting. I've added the abracadabras to your inventory, Willow, by the way, just so you can read all the properties, since you're the one who identified it.
Nice.
But okay, those who those who finished the meal do gain the benefits of a hero's feast, which
God
is
damn it.
No, the red literally said it was a hero's feast, so.
Just
It
because
did.
he said it was a hero's feast does not mean we can use meta knowledge to
Yeah,
argue,
yeah.
hey, we should eat
You-
this.
Well,
It's true.
Seeker
You
stated the
can't trust
obvious and
everyone.
recommended it because he actually knows what that spell is. That probably is a pretty well-known spell. That is like Wizard 101. I want the schmoove on my bros. I'm gonna cast Hero's Feast.
I would have eaten anything, even if I don't know what it is. I'm just staying consistent.
It's true. But you couldn't have picked a better place for a short rest, as it seems. This is a safe haven, wonderfully comfortable, free food, and over the course of that hour, the next thing that happens is the snake disappears and is replaced with a cat that seems to be just licking their paws and cleaning their fur contently inside.
Oh, this is
They
getting
bat
more
the
delicious
little.
by the second.
They sort of.
Can I have the cage of food conjuring? This is amazing.
They pour the little perch from what the owl has, just like swinging it back and forth as they kind of roll onto their back. But otherwise,
How
Can we
long
try the door
does
now?
familiar stay in each of its form? Is it always the same or is it different?
you asking the? Are you asking me? Sorry.
I'm asking you as
What
the
you're
GM.
asking? Do familiars change their form, or
And
can they change their form?
the rotation between the forms, is that randomly or is it at
You've seen 4 different forms so
Mhm.
far,
He's asking about the time
so
between
hard to
them.
And
know.
the timing,
They all,
how long
are
does
they
it
all
take?
lasting 10
Oh,
minutes?
swap
the
to the
Or
next
one's 5
timing.
and one's 4?
Yeah, they would be every so often. Let's say every few minutes or so. Yeah, it's happening like probably multiple times over the course of your short rest.
Okay.
And so I would say we would have done one full rotation of each of
Cool.
these animals, several in fact actually. We'll say that the cat disappears, becomes an owl. The owl disappears, becomes a
Okay.
rat. The rat disappears,
Yeah, so
becomes a
long
snake, and
time,
we're back
short
to the
time
cat.
makes sense.
Yeah. But we are back to the cat. This is the second time you've seen it at this point, by the end of the short rest.
Okay, well,
Seeker, yeah.
who's gonna try the door and hope you don't explode then?
I'll
Before
go
that-
ahead.
1 second. We've seen what happens when you try to open a door.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second though. What was Seeker asking?
Yeah. Seeker's going to pop open the abracadabras, reach his hand in 50 feet of hemp rope, grabs it.
Whoop.
It shuts the abracadabras as a gem goes out and wraps it up, like knotting it up.
Rope. Why not
1
silk?
gold. 1 gold.
Yeah, you
Oh.
got a 50-foot hempen rope on you now.
Well,
It's
I'm really
yours.
sorry, guys, but I just noticed the time. Me and my wife have to share a room today, so she wants to go to sleep. I'll leave the session early.
Okay.
I'll
Take care.
All right.
leave my wizardry in your good hands, Senrith.
No sweat. Take care,
Okay,
man.
See you later,
yeah, bye.
Have a good night.
See you later, man.
Bye. All right, yeah, sorry. Back to the door then.
Seeker was going to wrap the chest up in rope, basically, a carrying like net, and basically just hang it on his shoulder, or like off his shoulder.
Let's see. How big is this thing? It's 25 pounds. It's 1.5 feet on a side. So it's not as big as perhaps what it looks like on this
Yeah.
screen, but yeah, tying a rope around it would create a little papoose for it. I'll ask Willow first though. Is that okay with you for Seeker to carry it, or
Yeah,
would you like
that's
to
be
carry
fine.
it? Yeah.
I can
Okay.
carry it. It looks stronger than me.
No problem. Okay.
My
Seeker,
fat
I will
20
drag the other.
strength and 0 items, by the way. Like, all of you
Well,
probably
now-
have camping gear and shit, and I literally
Well, now
have
we
the
know-
weapons on my back and the backpack.
Now that we know it can be
There you
used
go.
the next day, there's nothing to worry about
Yeah.
anymore. That we can waste the charges, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right, then it's on your sheet now, Seeker.
Thank you.
You could have just asked for a rope.
I mean, this is fine. There's no harm.
Snob says you can never have enough rope. Remember that one time when we were inside the cobalt mine and we lowered like 300 length of rope just to find a grill, and it nearly killed that orc bongo.
No.
Oh well. Well, he bites into a leg of turkey. We're gonna finish
That
that,
was before
Roland.
Willow, right?
Snob, I must say, I
Yeah.
am impressed at the amount of food your tiny body has been able to contain. I think there must be some kind of extra dimensional teleportation portal. And I wonder where all this food is landing. Somewhere across the plains, a bunch of food is just falling out of the sky and covering everybody. And it's been half chewed by a kobold. It's the most frightening image I've ever had. I have to be honest.
I've been saving myself for this. It's been a long time, starving away in Icewindale. This is probably why I'm so short, you know. I missed those growing years. I didn't have the nutrition I needed. I should be a full dragon.
Time to roll 2d10 to see how much max HP I get. Let's go, baby.
There's a very tragic
Nice.
backstory that you have there, Snob. It
Look.
almost moved me to tears, you see. Is the blue cheese finished?
Yeah, I didn't touch that stuff. Yeah, you can roll 2d10 as well, Roland. We'll see what everyone gets.
Would
Snob
that
got
be
6.
in addition to the max that Aid is giving everybody?
That's different. 8
It's
is increasing your
overriding.
max. This is temp,
Oh, it's this
Ah.
temp, right?
right?
Oh, did
I
they
thought I
change
heard
it to
it.
temp?
Hold on. Let me check. Oh no, you're right.
hit
You're
point
right. It
maximum.
is
Yeah.
increasing the maximum. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so it's not an addition, I'm afraid,
Unless you roll higher
So-
than 10.
unless you roll higher than 10.
Okay.
Actually, max HP stacks, unlike temp HP.
What?
For real?
Yeah, temp HP has a specific, like, oh, you have to get higher than the last one. Max HP doesn't have the same thing. That's why it's actually really good and why, like, Heroes Feast and Aid work together. You can do both. It costs high-level spell slots, but it's a lot of resources. It's one of the best parts of max HP.
Oh, okay.
Like, as a,
So-
you know...
All right then. In that case, yeah, it does. You can go and add. Were you on 10 before, Run? So you're on 18 now.
Yes. I didn't even see my
Okay.
roll appear. Did it roll?
It did. Yeah, you got an 8.
Right. It's not appeared for me, strangely. Okay, great.
No. Then Snob's got 6. Then, and I'll
Yeah,
roll
the
for
Grant's
Stef
faking
since.
94 HP. Like, goddamn.
And Steph's up another 9. Very good. Okay.
It's say what's going on here? I'm having problems.
Yeah.
Adjusting my temp HP.
Yeah.
My max.
Okay, let me.
Thanks.
Temporary maximum. That's where you want to change it.
Yeah.
9 for them. Okay. think I've done it. Okay.
I raised it myself.
All right.
So yeah,
That's
it's pretty
cool.
cool.
And of course, everyone's immune to the frightened, poisoned, and I think what else? Actually, you're not immune to poison. It's not
We're
immunity
resistant to
to
poison damage, but we're immune
Yeah.
to the frightened and poisoned conditions.
Yes.
That's right. There you go. Okay. Cool.
I'm gonna try relogging into Foundry because this is gonna wonky for me. I'm not seeing any of these changes, so let's see.
Can't be frightened and poisoned in the next room.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
go.
Okay. So the cat's eyeing you up, Tracker, as you approach the door, and their tail wags back and forth languidly. Yeah.
Do you want to join the next room? Can I pick up the cage?
The cage. No, actually, the cat hisses at you as you try to pick up the cage. Well, they don't want you to pick up the cage by the looks.
Well,
They
they're in the
flash their
cage.
they flash their claws.
Can I still pick up the cage?
Oh boy. Let me check. I mean, there's nothing saying you can't. So yeah, you can pick up the cage.
The Seeker will at least peek up.
Is there something on the other side of the door?
They are throwing a full-on panic by the looks as you pick up the cage. They're not responding to you directly, but they are like kind of thrashing around, trying to claw you through the cage, and just like generally rattling it around and jumping around inside of it.
Will you stop harassing the help?
Damn. They're thrashing around. They can't get through the cage to claw you. Looks more like they just injured their own
Claws are
claw
healing.
by the looks. Yeah, right. -1 damage.
It
But
heals
yeah, they
itself
seem
by 3
very
damage.
they seem very upset about all this.
They can make it easy and say if there's something behind the door.
They can't speak, actually. Well, I mean, Roland may be able to talk to them, but traditionally
I think they're
familiars
currently
need to
tweaking
speak.
too hard and like not listening.
Yeah, exactly. They're not answering you specifically. All you can tell right now, Tracker, is that they are adamant against you taking the cage.
So Roland would say to them, Tracker, allow me. We don't want to cause any distress while we're here. Our hosts have been very, very kind. So
apparently, this one knows what's behind the door.
Well, let me just have a little word.
Then do your talk.
I was finishing my blue cheese before you just out of the way. Okay, sir. I do apologize for my friend. He's a bit eager to get moving on sometimes, and I think he's actually a little bit jealous that we ate all the food. So, anyway, are you able to tell us what's behind this door?
Firstly, tell this over-evolved furball to put me down.
Yes, Tracker, please. This would go a lot more easily if you were to put it down.
I'm gonna open the door and take the cat.
Don't do that!
Okay, Tracker takes the cage, unless anyone else is physically stopping them, with
Seeker
the
will.
cat. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Say, roll me an athletics check, I guess.
Yeah.
And Tracker, you've got advantage? Because are you... do you get advantage or large? Oh, no.
Nah.
No, you don't.
Not?
You're just large
Why
anyway.
plus 8? The fuck?
It's an expertise in athletics.
Yep. Athletics expertise.
That's a figure 4.
Wrapping around you like Black Widow.
That's right. Do the arse in the
Jeez.
face flip. My God.
Don't think of beating that. There is. How is it you're grappling them? Are you just grabbing them?
So the first step is to take out support because this is a large creature, so he's going to have to do a lot of like joint stuff. Boot to the back of the leg. Egg, put, push, collapse, abs, grab shoulder and elbow, wrench behind, twist, grab, ab the cage, and then step back as he pushes it in the wall. Will you stop, you animal? Use that brain of yours and stop bouncing it against your massive skull.
So, Dragger, you are grappled. You don't get to. Well, you can get to the door, but you aren't actually able to go through it or open it unless
I can't go
unless you
through
break
it.
free of grapple.
Why can't I open
Yeah,
it?
you guess because you're being grappled, and if
I'm
Seeker
being
really wanted
grappled,
to, they could
not-
drag you back from it. Like that's well within his power if he wanted to.
What would happen if I pushed him against it?
Push them against what?
You don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, let's do that because he's not thinking in the moment. He's just reacting.
Okay, you push him
I'm
up
This-
against
this
the
is
door.
narrative.
I'm
Yeah.
still holding the cat, right?
You still got it, yeah. In a cage.
Okay.
Cat in a cage. Track is pushed up against the door. Nothing happens to the door, but you do see perhaps the glow of that magic kind of thrums and swells slightly, but it doesn't do anything other than that.
What if he says in low Ross, second floor?
No, nothing happens.
I was just wondering because, it's a magic elevator. Is there
It
buttons
could be.
or something on it?
No, there aren't any buttons. There's just a door handle, and that's it.
Gotcha. I was trying
And
to
the
get
symbol
the
of the
cat out of their hands more than I was trying to grab them, by the way.
Oh, okay. The way you described it was like putting them into a headlock necessarily.
It was getting them on their knee, arm behind their back, and then reaching over and snatching it from their one other hand. Because
Okay.
I'm not making it essentially narratively that he's doing a contest of straight strength with him, but rather using his skill to kind of just render that a moot point between the two of them.
Mm-hmm. That would be an
Wait,
additional thing to do. But before that happens.
Yeah.
What do you want to try? Sorry, go on, Willow.
I was to say, like, your character's group. So I got an idea. Can I try something with the door? The other group responds before I do anything.
I think they're a little busy.
Yeah, I think this conflict is probably taking.
I
It's
am
like-
saying I am this close from clobbering Seeker.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did you actually activate a rage as well?
Yes.
Okay. So describe to me, what does that look like when Seeker has pulled you away from the door? What does Seeker see as I'm guessing you turn to face him or
Normally, Tracker would have a calm glare behind his eyes while raging, perfectly in control, knowing what's happening. This rage, yes, his eyes are still blue, but if they weren't, you'd see a fiery red glimmer behind them. Almost like the feral beast that was unleashed during the full moon.
Mm.
You think you're protecting us, while you almost got yourself killed in the tower with your hasty decisions. No harm would have been done to any of us if that door was opened. You're stopping me, the one you're supposed to protect, while you can't protect yourself.
Do I need to reiterate? You Neanderthalic lobotomite. I didn't need your help. Are you blind? Are you
Almost
stupid?
everyone takes
Are you-
damage.
Bloody hell, Tracker, my
Ev-
beard.
Everyone takes 1 damage.
Yes.
It did it automatically.
Yeah, hold up.
Oh
First
no!
of all, I'll just pause right there because that's a hostile action against everyone. It would also kill the familiars, the lot of them.
Except the owl, because it also ate the food. Familiars can do that.
I'm
My
not going
owl
to allow
specifically.
you to actively burn everyone for 1 unless... No, actually, I'm just not going to allow that. You can't do...
There still will be the warm aura around him, even if it doesn't do the damage.
Okay. Fair enough.
The damage
The
was
most you
point,
can do
it's
damage
the
to
flavor.
are the brooms. The brooms will set on fire, at the very least, and it sends the unseen servants into a bit of frenzy as they begin putting it out, as well as the rug on the floor. You see them patting the fires out.
This isn't helping anything.
You've just melted my blue cheese, Tracker. What are you thinking?
I'm
Someone in
thinking,
your own party
we have
told
been
you to
doing
stop.
fine ourselves without this fucking tin man messing our stuff around. I'm done with him. If he can't behave and adjust to us, let him go somewhere else.
Counterpoint. 2 of us asked you to stop. You did not listen. You forced the issue. Are you even a part of this group? Are any of you a part of this group? With how much none of you works together at all. I needed help? No, of course I didn't. I could have killed that entire room alone. I welcome the assistance. It's efficient. I didn't need it. You have an absorbed opinion of yourself. And a lot of superiority. Is it because you're tall? Is that it? You seem obsessive about it. It was a simple request. You didn't need to threaten in the help. That's it. That's it. Can't you get it through your skull? Oh, that not everything needs a bludgeon.
And as this is being said, there is still a cat screaming and hollering and clawing at the cage, making the tense situation even more chaotic. We're going to check in with Roland. What do you want to add?
So, knowing that Tracker has a particularly soft spot for Faith, Roland will shoot a look to her. I don't know if he needs to say it or if the look is enough to say Faith, talk some sense into Tracker. If it doesn't look like she's doing it,
She has stood up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I moved a token to position and stand up. But
Okay.
yeah, go on.
So that's all. Yeah, he's going to say, Faith, have a word.
Tracker, we don't know what's beyond that door, but if that cat's reacting the way it is, perhaps we figure out what it is first. The only way it's going to listen is maybe if you put it back.
I was trying to investigate what's behind the door. Until this then fucking asshole stopped me. And
I
this is
think
this is the first time he stopped me. You say we're not a group. You're right. We're not a group. My only duty here is protecting Faith. I don't care about the rest of the group. And I care even less about you.
Have you
So
thought
either shut your
maybe
mouth
he's...
or go away.
Have you thought maybe he's actually trying to protect you as well?
I get like an insight on if this is anything could be wrong that he's playing out, or if this is just entirely normal emotions.
On Seeker, you mean?
No,
or
no,
on Tracker?
Like, is
Okay,
this
roll
just
insight, I guess.
someone who's experiencing and has emotions, or is something possibly going on? Just to be sure. Oh, fuck me.
I guess you're busy patting out your own cloak as you see slight cinders building up on it. But
would say
yeah.
to Tracker, now Tracker, you know that that's not true, and in fact, I have an icy, cold heart beating in my chest that suggests rather differently from what you've just said about how much you care about us. I know also that you would die for your little bird friend as well. Your heart is not as icy as mine these days, as it happens, and I would ask that you just try and simmer down for a moment. Just take a little breath. We can figure this out, and if we need to storm the room
Stuff we need to figure out now is whether or not we even should consider having him with us. He's only arguing, wasting time, wasting our actions. We're better off without him.
Faith says, look, I was in a similar position way back when I tried to get into Icewindale. I didn't want to hire a load of questionable bodyguards, but I had to. It was my only chance. Not talking about you guys, of course, but a bunch of others. We're stronger together, though. If we can just get through this, then we can go our separate ways. His job will be complete, and I'm guessing he'll probably want to stay in Yithrin. This is his home. But I'm worried about my home. The only way we fix that out there is by working together. If there's something on the other side of that door, it's better that we face it together as well, instead of going off alone.
Plus, he doesn't mean harm. Like, things might be difficult, but it's pretty obvious.
Is it?
What has he done that suggests he means harm? I've been watching him, and it's difficult, it's confusing. But there's been no sense of danger.
Seeker will help out with that, like for a 15 at least.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Still
Faith,
15.
she is inciting you, Seeker, more than anyone.
He'll help her.
Because when Willow says they haven't intended any harm, at least to the party, Faith looks at your reaction to that to see whether there's even a flinch or a twitch when Willow mentions, do you you don't mean any harm to the party?
Does she direct him to, look at him at all, even by accident? Or look at her at all, even by accident?
Possibly. She's kind of...
Yeah. He shares a glance with her, and she sees the barest flash of something rolling. This should be obvious, is how he feels. This should be obvious that he means none of you harm. He is exasperated and agitated by his stance. By the way, the grapple was to get the cat out of, Cracker's hands, by the way.
I figured, but I don't think it's going anywhere at the moment. The cat has transformed into an owl as well at this point.
Yeah. I'm just saying he's hooked it on the back of his belt, and his hands are hovering over the Kingsley. He's not going to, let himself die, because, he acknowledges that the giant man is emitting fire, but he doesn't make any motion like he's going to draw it anytime soon, just that his hands are ready if it comes to blows.
And I think to sort of break the tension in that fiery blaze, as the cat sort of burns away, the owl appears, and as they're staring, looking left with their head, they spin around all the way 180 to look at Tracker. And I guess, Roland, you can hear it talking in Celestial. Ooh, what did I just flap into here? It looks all rather tense.
Yes, the little cat, your predecessor, didn't want to go into the next room and got rather upset about it. It's caused a bit of a spat between my two squires here. I think I'm going to have to take a firm hand with them in a moment if they don't back down.
Oh, yes, that would complicate things if we went in there. Woohoo! Woohoo, boy!
Can you say a little bit more about that? It might... In fact, if you don't say, I fear that you might be dragged in against your will by this hulking great giant of a behemoth of a tabaxi.
Let's just say it wouldn't help.
That's really rather unhelpful. Is there nothing more you can tell me?
It spins around its head towards you, Roland. Oh boy. Other than, we're here for a reason. If we were upstairs, we would be placed upstairs.
I will repeat that to the group, and then I'm going to say to both of them, for the last time, will you both just back down of your own accord, or do I have to take a firmer hand with both of you?
So you relay that information.
Yeah.
But apparently they're meant to be down here. And if they were meant to be upstairs, they'd be upstairs.
But that door is not upstairs. What's behind the door?
Nothing. It's nothing. This is the conjuration tower. Teleportation. Gates. We touch the knob, we go up a floor.
You shut up. I'm asking the cat. Owl.
Rat, actually. And it disappears and a rat appears.
Willow's back.
Oh, I believe you already know what's up there, because, didn't you divine sense? In fact, even
Indeed,
Snorp says, yeah, didn't you say there was a fiend up there?
Indeed.
Has
we
it
knew
moved
this
at all in those 10 minutes?
How do we get up there,
Power.
little rat, little ugly, disgusting rat? How do we get up there?
Well, that's just rude, first of all, but, you can use the door.
And what would happen if my hulking great friend here can't be prevented from taking you with us?
Boy. Okay, I got a question for you. Why do you want to take me up there?
I think my friend rather enjoys just taking a firm hand in matters, and hoped perhaps that the cat would let the cat out of the bag, I suppose, as to what was around there, rather than be dragged. But it all got rather complicated when our tin friend here stepped in and did the figure 4 leg lock, I believe it's called.
Oh,
I've just noticed
a
Dingo's
firm
got his hand
hand, eh? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Roland.
I would say that Roland without interrupting the flow.
Sorry,
I
mate.
say, right, can you ask? Well, I guess the rat. Does the room change when you touch the door handle? Like if you say something, it has the same symbol as the chest. If I say room of protection, do I go into a room that offers protection in some way?
Oh, I thought you was asking about the room upstairs. But you may be onto something. Things change. We change. Maybe something else changes. And, in fact, you know what, actually, I'll just tell you the solution. All you have to do is... And he disappears. And a snake appears. Is something the matter? Why are you all staring at me?
I would. Are we?
You should all settle down.
Are we moving through different rooms, or is it us that are moving, or is it you that's moving every time a different little animal appears?
So many questions.
Oh, bloody hell!
So little action.
Right.
Perhaps
I know enough.
it's time.
Wait, if you put the
Okay.
cage down, or are you still trying to drag
Only,
I
it
don't
only,
have the cage
yeah,
anymore.
that's the only question. Okay, so Seeker, you have the cage.
Yeah.
Tracker, you're going over to the door.
Yeah.
And is anyone stopping Tracker this time?
No, because he's not got the
Forbid.
cage.
Perfect. All right, Tracker, the door's yours. What do you wish to do?
Wish to go
Open
to the
it?
Top floor. Yes.
Okay. You open the door, and it'll also, with that in the back of your mind, wanting to go to the top floor, you see a brilliant yellow light envelop Tracker before it simmers down. Tracker, you disappear. The light completely goes out on the door. It is no longer glowing. And Tracker will describe what you see up here on the top floor. Inside a magical arcane barrier is a giant bipedal insect with powerful-looking mandibles, a long tail, covered in razor-sharp spikes. There is an icy chill that seeps through the runes in this arcane barrier, and you can feel a cold creep over your skin. Not one that hurts or anything, but you can feel it, and its mandibles suddenly click towards you as its bug-like eyes tilt and stare at you, antennas twitching. The rest of the room is bathed in yellow light from magical candles around the perimeter. The runes around that creature span about a 10-foot radius. And there's also a beautiful writing desk that's facing the north wall. Set within the south wall of the room, there are also 4 stones that glow with animal depictions. And there's doors that exit to the east and west of the room.
Wait, and what animals are there?
These animals.
Oh, of course. What was it again? Yes, hello.
One of them's
Okay.
Stef, one of them's Tracker, one of them's Willow, but I don't recognise the other one. Sorry.
Could well be. So, what was I going to say? No, can't remember. Oh yeah, that's right. As soon as that burst of magic and the yellow envelops Tracker as well, you see the snake in the cage disappears as well and becomes a cat again, who seems still discontent about everything that's happened.
Mm.
Unless you put
Seeker
him
will
on
put
the
them- Yeah, Seeker does that as soon as like Tracker or disappears. Like
they put
Right.
their
holding it there for a moment.
yeah they
Can
put
I
their
touch
head
the
down
door
on
handle
the.
and say I want to follow?
It does not activate. The magic has been expended, it seems. And it is
Is
just
that-
Tracker alone in the room.
Is any of the heroes' feast left by Bohem?
Hero's Feast should be usually enough to feed.
12
Well,
people.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Then yeah, there's some left.
He's gonna grab like a spare, sardine or something. Like that was
Sure.
left in the animalistic feasting that Stef and Snort probably did together.
Yep,
Maybe on the
yep.
floor or something.
You
Takes it, pops
handed to
open
the
the
cat.
door. Yep.
There's
So
a
is there,
slight
is there
parry.
no other way out of this
Um,
room? Just the door we came in and that one?
Correct. And with the magic expended from the door, as you try to open it and close it again, it's basically just an empty wall practically. You open it and it's the wall of the tower. Whereas before, a moment ago, when the bright light was going off, you could swear you saw something beyond, but it was too blinded by the light. You just saw Tracker sort of walk through and disappear from it. So, I'm afraid you don't have a way up, and so I'm going to head back to Tracker upstairs because there's lots to investigate.
Yeah.
We not use the
Probably like
chest
a
to
quick
make a way up? Give me a gem to activate the door.
nah. 1 GP isn't enough.
Non-magical.
Yeah.
Non-magical as well.
Seeker would ask one
Same.
question to Roland, which is
Uh,
ask for familiar when the door recharges.
Yes, well, you beat me to it. I was just about to ask that very question, and he turns round to Seekers Evil. He said, "Right, you tricky little bugger. Tell me, when does the door recharge again? And don't give me any of your double speak this time."
Its
The
eyes
cat.
are like half the cat's eyes are like half cocked, looking at you, and it says, "I don't have to tell you anything."
Well, that was a short conversation then, wasn't it? You're not very nice. The owl's a lot nicer. But by the way, just stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh, what can I
before-
say? I'm catty.
Worse than Tracker, I tell you. And he's got to have some answers to give the rest of us, I tell you.
I could try an animal handling, perhaps at advantage for returning them to the dais and feeding them a sardine.
You could try. You can give me an
Let's
animal
see what
handling check.
happens. Let's see what
I'll
happens.
say flat because they were a bit annoyed
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
They've
The
settled down
unmanageable
at least.
dealer
They're no
shop.
longer,
Yeah.
and
Nice.
they're no longer like clawing at the moment. It seems they too perhaps also need some time to calm down, but you never know. In that time, they either might disappear or the door might recharge.
Mhm.
But at least they're not screeching and hollering at this point. They're just enjoying the meal, perhaps accepting that as a peace offering.
Mhm.
But they're right. They don't have to say anything, I guess.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a miracle that these are even talking at all, because most familiars only communicate telepathically. But anyway, I'm gonna go up to the top floor now.
Just before you do it, how high is the ceiling?
Less than 60 feet.
It's definitely less than 60. Yeah, because you could tell the devil was above you.
Yeah. So,
Um,
the
yeah.
Misty Step function that Fang Pojo has, it doesn't say
You need to see it.
that you need to see it. It just says unoccupied space of your choice up to 60 feet away.
Okay.
I believe spells, like, in terms of their basic function, all require some level of sightline.
Only
Uh-huh.
when
You'd have to have,
specified.
like, an actual, like, not as in you have a vibe, something is in that direction, but, like, yeah.
Not necessarily. Let's just check. Unoccupied space of your choice, 60 feet away. Where versus the wording on like Misty Step, which says a point you can see.
Question though,
So
how would he know
yeah.
where is and isn't unoccupied if he hasn't seen it? Or
He
had
would not.
some kind of sense of it.
And if he teleports into a wall, he would take shunting damage, which is force damage equal to 10 times the no, not 10 times. It's 1d10 for every 5 feet, I believe. So there's a potential to get stuck in a wall and then shunted back out. But those are my rules.
I think it's still worth it. The question is whether or not I'm the best person to go up into the room with Tracker to figure out what's going on there. We know it's a fiend, so it's not impossible to imagine that it speaks abyssal or infernal or something.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if Faith might be of use to Tracker up there.
Faith can indeed speak infernal.
So
but,
I'm gonna
yeah.
I'm gonna ask Faith if she would like to assist Tracker and see if it's possible to do this.
Faith asks, "Did that devil move at all throughout that 10 minutes?" To which it didn't.
I don't believe it did. I think it's
Okay.
perhaps trapped or something, and Tracker must be up there potentially in some kind of parley with something he
Right.
doesn't really know about.
So that owl must have been telling the truth. Earlier it said it was in a cage of its own or something. But if you think it's worth me going up there to try and help, I'm happy to.
And I wonder if Stef can communicate with Tracker, and if Tracker could use his tremor sense, and we could find the location. The last thing we would want to do is teleport you inside some kind of planar binding cage with a fiend.
Okay. Can do. Also, this is a Tower of Conjuration. I'm not sure if it has any anti-teleportation, but
There's still the matter that we do not know where the wall is. Roland can't detect Tracker. You might be with him. You might be on the other side.
If it's a tower, would we not be able to assume that it's taking the same shape as the...
You know the
floor
general
above us?
direction, but you don't actually know where precisely they are. It could be the wall is like a full half thing, and you basically just have to play 50-50 on,
Willow?
which is correct.
well,
Willow, can you give us a layout with your tremor sense thing?
Trevor says it's only 15 feet. Can't really do much for that.
look here. Divine Sense is probably the best thing about this because it says that you know the location of anything, so
Okay.
you would know how high up to teleport, which I'm gonna just flat out say is 40 feet high. There you go.
Okay.
So you know it is 40 feet above you. That's where the fiend was last seen. Whether he's in that room or not, you don't know. But because that is knowledge you don't have, you don't know where the track is on the second floor, the ninth floor, whatever. But
Right.
you know the fiend is 40 feet up.
Okay. And can Stef communicate telepathically with Tracker?
That unfortunately is, detect thoughts. So the psi crystal, he's not attuned to anymore. In fact, it's just an item on his hilt. The detect thoughts is 30 feet, and that's how he forms a telepathic bond, I believe,
Right.
with the helm of telepathy.
Yes.
I will double check. Double
Yes.
check.
That's
Helm of
how it works.
telepathy. Yep. Okay. So he's out of range for detect thoughts. Okay.
There
I'm
is
now
the
going to go back to
second
tracker.
Yeah.
psi crystal that he has in his bag, but I don't know the range for that one, and someone else needs to attune to it.
Yes, it would be attunement, and the range is based on your intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
it can be as high as
Fun
120
dying.
feet if you're like mega intelligent. You're right, Dingo.
Yes, they have fun dying up there alone. I mean, I believe in you.
Okay.
Well, it's
All right,
not
let me
like I'm
close this.
facing a fiend or something, only a couple of images of familiars.
Mm. So, you are in the room with this creature. You've gone up to the wall, and you can clearly see the depictions of
Mm-hmm.
similar images. And did someone die? What? No shoutouts here. Okay, the creature behind the barrier watches you for a moment as you kind of practically ignore it and head over to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, it does reach out telepathically. And I suppose it will sort of nonchalantly say, "You need a hand with that."
Mm-hmm. With what?
Oh, the familiar riddle.
I assume I have to or press them in a certain order. Doesn't look
Smart.
complicated. All I need to do is figure out what order. Well, how are you?
Precisely. Which order?
Give me a moment. I'm gonna try to read something. I assume there's clues on the desk.
Let me know when you need a hand. You can check the room for clues. On the table, there is a bunch of drawers. What else? It does look to be like paper and scrolls on there, isn't there? Okay.
Mhm.
So I'm just gathering up some information. You can see most of these look to be signed by High Conjurer Damarith. This is definitely his study. And you can see that he's probably there's a bunch of letters and documents that basically go over his responsibility for the critical task of overseeing the city's food supplies. But it seems there's also designs for chimeric creatures and creations as well. And you can see some of his apprentices have sent him letters. They seem to describe this life of luxury. And it seems the more recent ones, dated like perhaps just before the fall of Yithrin,
Mhm.
seem to be talking about that they were hard at work in some sort of dangerous field. And
By field, do
it
you
looks
mean
as though
a research subject or do you mean a literal area? A location?
no, a research. It looks
Okay.
as though there is a letter here from High Abjura Tareth, and it's requesting the. And it says something like, I will accept your request for setting up a permanent magic circle within your tower. But summoning powerful beings from other planes of existence is questionable. I highly advise against it. And yeah, it seems that's the kind of last letter, really. I
Well, I
suppose
will.
one last
Mhm.
thing, I guess, is actually his own notes. These aren't letters, but they seem to be like a tome, a book on the plane of Stygia, one of the 9 hells.
Wait,
You've heard the phrase "when hell freezes over."
that's
Well,
what Glory mentions.
yes, it is. Yes, yes, it is.
I will address the. Is the demon
And
or
there's
devil?
it is a devil. And there's one last book as well, and that seems to be on the ancient civilization of Osteria, which is a
Let's
continent
see.
or
Netherese come. No, wait.
even
Kevin.
older than Netherese.
Kevin was the Jarl of Asteria. Kelvin.
Kelvin, okay, maybe.
Am I?
I mean, well, it seems to detail as an ancient civilization in the frozen north of Faerun. So yeah, Icewindale, perhaps.
Sorry, I was distracted. Oh, yes. Well, I guess these wizards aren't as high and mighty as I thought they were. Or less proud.
Oh,
Apparently they were humble enough to ask for other schools to assist them.
and lastly, there's the drawers. If you wish to open those.
Yeah.
You
I'll open them.
open them up. The drawers appear to be empty.
Are there any gems on the drawers?
Good question. Not on this occasion, though. No.
So it's not like an abracadabra situation.
Back.
Not the what. I'll tell you what. Give me an investigation check as you carefully look for some gems. I know it's not your forte, but
Yeah. I am looking for clues to see, are these normal drawers or are they magically enhanced to have a pocket dimension or something? Knowing these wizards,
with an 11,
can't
you
find
can't
anything.
find any evidence to
Mm-hmm.
suggest that, but it doesn't stop you from theorizing about pocket dimensions and curiously why a drawer is completely empty when there seems to be information scattered all over the place
Yeah.
on like the books or on the shelves on the table, and yet the drawers are empty. It is kind of suspect, but nonetheless you can't seem to decipher how or if there is some way of deducing a magic effect.
But there's nothing regarding the familiars on the desk. But there was mention of a chimeric entity.
Yes, if you want to read into that further, you can.
Yes. Oh, not in the circle.
Okay, sure, yeah. All right. Picking up this term, boy, oh boy, is there a harrowing, detailed description of a ritual that was used to attempt to merge the psyches of several wizards together. Quote, to put our heads together. And unfortunately, the experiment went horribly, horribly wrong. And instead of the psyches merging to become greater than their separate pieces, they instead clashed and vied for control. The psyches were incompatible and they tried to devour one another. It became a failed experiment, one that was an affront to their magic and a shameful failure on their part to think that they could create something so magnificent and then have it turn out to be so horrific. The book doesn't even dare to detail what the final creature even looked like. They simply tried to hide it away. Yeah, in fact, I will say that it hints at the case that they didn't just destroy it, but they rather concealed it from the rest of the wizards in an attempt to experiment and gather more information on it as to what went wrong, as to how they can perfect it for next time. So yeah, to conduct studies on it instead.
Oh.
But yes, the hubris of the wizards.
That's still... This one is curious. Dabbling in abjuration, or rather, relying on abjuration. This is definitely transmutation. All in the Tower of Conjuration.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah? You must be bored.
Yes. Extremely. I've been waiting for nearly 2,000 years.
Well, I guess this is some amusement for you.
I'd almost given up hope.
For someone trying to rescue you, letting you out of your cage.
Precisely. But I suppose you don't want to do that. On account that I am a fiend. Right?
Yes, indeed.
So, the only way I'm getting out of here is if I offer to help, perhaps. A deal, maybe. A promise of servitude. Or perhaps I can just answer some questions.
I'm not too fond of deals and bargains with, especially not with the kind that I don't know their motives for. Sure, I know you want to get out. I don't know what your plans are after that.
Well, I can assure you that you won't be able to solve that riddle without my help. And as for my motivations, they do not interfere with any of yours. I can draw up a hellish contract and sign it to assure your consent.
I don't like those contracts. But for now, just keep you company.
I appreciate that at least. High Conjurer Damarinth saw me more of a tool than a companion.
A tool, you say?
Indeed.
What, he needs you to move his furniture?
He helped to... Yes, actually, I suppose so. Now that you mention it. My job was indeed to move around furniture. But not this furniture. Furniture of an ancient civilization of Osteria. You probably saw the book on the table. My job was to work my way through the ice, sort through powerful artifacts and the like.
Dig work, I guess.
Hmm.
Meanwhile,
Precisely.
the tracker tries to see if something happens when he presses the runes of the animals.
Okay. Let's see. Pressing the runes of the animals. In
Order owl, rat, snake, cat.
Okay. So. All right. This is why I wanted to switch to tracker before I did anything else downstairs, because as you're pressing this sequence, ding, bing, bing, bong, Willow, Faith, Roland, and Seeker are all able to witness that the sequence of animals has changed after that burst of yellow light washes over, and it did change the animal in that instance. and after a minute or two about discussing whether to get Faith up there with the mount, the sequence has changed. And instead of a cat going back full round, actually, is that actually the
Oh, no.
owl? If it is, that's kind of funny. Let me check.
Oh no.
It is actually the owl. That's lucky, at least for Tracker. So
no.
pressing the owl first, Tracker, you see the owl light up and it stays lit. Then, after a few more minutes, the owl transforms into
Another
a cat.
Oh.
And it's not. It's when you press the second button, which was, I think you was going to press the rat.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as though the owl symbol disappeared, like the light goes out and immediately activates something else instead. Not the solution, but rather a trap. I need you to
I see.
give me... Where is it? Goodness me. My eyes are getting blurry. Here we go. A 10-foot by 10-foot square suddenly opens up below you, and you fall into a pit. And then that said pit becomes filled with writhing, roiling tentacles of necrotic energy. So it's
Not
a...
any deck save?
I'm looking at that. It says here you get a deck save against... You definitely get against the black tentacles. So Evard's black tentacles. I need you to roll... It is a... What is it? Strength save. Oh, it's your best. Nice. It is a strength save against the tentacles.
Do I need to roll again?
That's okay.
or
Even no, what did you get? A 14 plus. That's still a
14 was the
save.
First plus 10.
Okay, well that's a save. The next thing that happens, you don't take half by the looks. You're okay. Yeah, and you're not restrained. So you can actually, you're large, so it is very easy for you to escape. But it normally says the walls of the pit are smooth, but can be climbed with a successful check. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to make you do a check for that. You're so
can
tall
reach
at this
the
point. You can just, yeah, you just pull
You can
yourself
just
up.
mount it.
Honestly, that's not an issue. I'm not going to make you roll for that much. So, yeah, you don't get a deck save to avoid falling in, but I'm not going to make you roll a strength save to get out. So it's swings and roundabouts. Yeah, you're able to avoid the tentacles, rip yourself free from their tendrily grasp, and just hoist yourself up out of there if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you look down back into the pit. The tentacles continue to writhe and try to reach up towards you, but they can't extend past the lip of the pit.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not that easily to take out.
Oh, I should warn you that the pit filled with Evard's black tentacles.
Oh, I appreciate your warning.
Oh, that's the one, yeah. Did the solution not work?
What solution?
The one that only I know.
Are we talking about the same solution? Because if it's a solution
Yes.
that you know and it didn't work, then doesn't that mean your solution doesn't work?
You're mixing words. Do you want my help or not?
You know, right now I just appreciate your company.
Say, most folk are a little bit unnerved by my cold presence. You don't seem to mind one bit.
Why should I be on
Those
nerves?
blue eyes. Well, I'm a giant insectoid creature from the Nine Hells. But I guess some people are just built different, aren't they? What's your name?
Sorry, what was your name again?
Touche. You may call me Ice Devil. They shrug.
Ice Devil, you say?
Friendly, helpful Ice Devil.
And you may...
So friend. Friend.
Oh, friendly hype. Okay.
A friendly, helpful Ice Devil comes out as like Fred. Fred.
Bet.
They don't got lips.
I do need to remember how the true names work again.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can call me Tracker.
They nod. And they begin jotting down. A hellish contract does appear, and they begin jotting it down.
Track. Alright. Got it. I'll just be writing this up, just in case.
And yeah, you can see he's writing up a contract basically to negotiate his freedom for the help of the solution. That's it. That's all he's doing. You don't have to sign it. You don't have to agree to it. But he's doing it just in case. It's
Bro
what
is
devils do.
fucking
He's
bored
tempting.
and hoping it works out.
He
wants this shit
exactly.
done yesterday.
He needs to make it as easy for me as possible.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly. But
Don't
yeah,
need to worry
he's
about
not
the
trying to hide it
details.
from
He
you.
already wrote them up.
Exactly. Yeah.
See, this
Okay.
is why it was useful to help the familiar upstairs.
Yeah, Tracker's right.
See,
he was absolutely right. Yeah, I hate to
See?
tell him that. Yes. The cat was having a conniption because it was like, no, they'll ruin everything. No, don't do that. That's ruining the puzzle. I'm not supposed to be up there.
See,
No, you
Tracker
guessed it
solved the
100%.
puzzle before he saw the puzzle.
He did. I'm not going to deny it. But then we don't know. It could have also, right? Hands up. It could have ruined the puzzle as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would have ruined the puzzle by having the solution right in front of me without having to do the legwork.
Mm-hmm.
But yes,
I'm just going to say, like, what if...
I need
go on.
a familiar or someone to have a telepathic connection to see what's the familiar looking like.
Exactly.
Telepathic, you say?
He's reading your thoughts as a player. I'm going to touch base with everyone downstairs.
He would read Tracker's mind and realize that Tracker is hoping for Stef to reach out and get a connection.
What about Zappa?
Oh!
Yeah.
What's the range? Is there a range?
I can do something.
Okay.
I can do two things.
Still got. Oh my
Hey.
god! Of course, he ate the magic fruit and randomly got sending.
Yep.
Dave,
Oh my god! No way.
can you tell
Oh.
me what the familiar looks like? I need to press a series of familiar symbols in a certain order. Please respond.
There's still a cat.
Oh. Oh, I'm getting a message from Tracker. Hold on. She like turns her horns, trying to get a better signal.
Ask him if
Oh.
he's seen my horse.
I'm not
Places
wasting
two
precious
fingers
words
on
on
her
that.
Yeah. Places 2 fingers on her temple like a pretend psychic.
Yeah, precisely. Okay. Tracker, when you left, magic washed over the cage, and the sequence of animals changed. It went from an owl to a cat. Oh, the cat just disappeared? And it's coming back. And I think right then and there is where it
25 words ends, or
she runs out. Yeah, she'll run out of words, and or the time hasn't elapsed where it's transformed to its third iteration yet, which would be, I guess, what's a one? Can't be a cat again. Don't think, or it could be actually.
witty
I'm just-
words of faith, Tracker would attempt the cats.
When what was it? So it was a cat. So he says it was a cat, and then it disappeared, and it became an owl, and then that owl turned into a cat.
Yes.
Currently, the puzzle has reset, so none of them are lit up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Okay.
what happened? Yeah, and then what happened is it set the trap off on the second button press.
Yes, and when the trap
um,
was activated, the puzzle was reset.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
and I think also the Evad Black tentacles do run out eventually. Let me check. Does the trap reset? After a minute, the tentacles disappear and the pit floor rises to be flush with the surrounding floor. Okay. So you can now go back to the buttons. You can press a button, but if something's changed, I'll let you think about it for a second. T, what did you want to ask?
I think narratively it makes sense for him to like do something with that, but Seeker's essentially going to like look at Faith and be like, "Do you wish some advice? A plan?"
Of course. Yeah, please.
Understood. He moves over. Roland.
Did somebody say my name? And
You can speak to the mount of yours, correct?
well, it's very interesting. You should ask Sika. You see, originally she belonged to a
Yes
friend.
or no?
It's not really speaking. You see, it's more that when we are in tune.
Communicate to them that I would like to mount them.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm very comfortable with that. Have you ever had any training? Do you know how to adequately shoe the stirrups? Or have you?
I just need to be on top of her for a little bit. She can bear the burden, or is her back weak?
Well, they all flusters and he gets all puffed up. I'll show you bloody weak, right? On you get. Bear in mind, the stirrups are a little bit squirrely. They've kind of got a mind of their own. It might be a little bit uncomfortable at first when they wrap around your cut piece.
He grabs Stef by the back of the neck and just leaps up,
Uh-huh.
mounting Fang Paw Jaw while holding him up. which I believe combined together is enough height for him to get within 30 feet for telepathy. It was 40 feet, you said. I think Paja is at least like 10 feet. He adds the height of Half Seeker's body, which he's a tall guy, and him lifting his arms up to raise Stef up.
That depends.
He is a floating
If
disc.
the Yeah, it depends how tall this room is.
Yeah.
But
you can also just say like whatchamacallit, the roof is too tall. I understand you just kind of said numbers, but this is a possible solution
it
with
was
the 40 you stated previously.
It's not impossible to use telepathy. That much is obvious. But it's far enough that it's not something Stef can't use detect thoughts to simply go done and dusted. I'm still open to interesting out the box ideas. Like sending definitely worked. That's cool. That's it was that was expending something. Stef wouldn't have to expend anything, and it's not seemingly working. He just can't get a read on him, he says. Sorry, go on, Graham.
No, sorry, I kept interrupting you. I thought you were finishing then. Were we not given some kind of sending stone or something?
You were.
At the pools.
Zephyr has the
Yeah, Zephyr, that was it.
telephone. That's also a single-use item. Well, single charge.
Okay.
It is.
The other thing, Stef could pop his wings and go up and have a wee sniff at the ceiling. To see if he could reach Tracker telepathically.
He's saying now Stef can't get a read on Tracker. It's like static. It's like just out of range, barely.
Mm.
And he's already pretty much pushed up against the ceiling with everyone there. Who has the other sending stone?
It's either both are with Zephyr or one is with Tracker, the other is with Zephyr.
That's what I figured. Because they were made out of dragon bones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have no idea if your Big Brain Ranger feature could just be like, an item in your inventory that you already own, technically. Tangentially is still in your bag. I have no idea how it works with stuff like that you already own.
What do you mean?
You're talking about Prescient Planner? Or you're talking about Flashback?
Either or whatever. I'm not sure how
Plan
exactly.
Is more about. It's more about like, oh, this is something I would have bought earlier. I
have no idea if it would have a function of you being able to say you picked up something that you didn't pick up earlier.
Only works for adventuring gear, not magical items.
Yeah, it's not meant to be for something like I pull out the magic statue that we didn't want to touch earlier. It's more about like just a general adventuring gear.
Yeah.
It's a low level feature. The one that you're thinking of would be Flashback, which would be powerful 9th level, but I don't think he's he's only Ranger 4, so wouldn't be able to pull off that move. That one you could narratively alter something, whether it be magical or not. Okay, 1 second then. Let's just work out who the fuck has this other sending stone, because I know Zephyr has one. That much is clear.
Yeah. Faith,
I don't see it on anyone else's character sheet.
No, I don't have it.
I know I definitely don't have it.
On Faith.
What about Stef?
I just checked his. He doesn't have it.
No one has the sending stone on their sheets.
So there's two possibilities. If it's not on your sheet, you might have given the other one to Faith, expecting to not be without Zephyr at any point, so that you could use it to communicate with Faith in case something bad goes on. That is my game theory of what you might have done at the time.
Should we roll for it?
You didn't use it
Well-
at any point then?
I have never used these sending stones at any time yet.
No, not yet. No. Okay, we'll come back to the sending stone because in order to use the sending stone, you first need to give them the correct solution, right?
Yes.
And you're not 100% sure what that is yet. So before we decide where that is, because looking at the time, I might be able to check who's got it between now and next session anyway.
Yeah.
But before we do that, let's try and solve what is the correct sequence. So the sequence has changed, and the tracker needs the correct sequence, and Faith has just told you 2 of them, perhaps, but it's also possible that that sequence changed when it got reset. It's also possible that it's not the same animal, and that's actually correct because you do see that it is. What is it? You can re-roll the subsequent rolls. You think combination never had the same animal twice in a row. Okay, so it can't have the same animal twice in a row. So in other words, it's going to be something different. So it's gone owl, cat, and then it goes back to rat, which would leave the last one as snake. So I'm just going to drag them out.
Yep.
The question is, how long are you observing these for a while, trying to ascertain what's going on?
Yeah,
Seeker has
just one
theories
cycle,
about it.
just one cycle of them, so that we know the order that they're going in now.
If it, how long are you looking at these orders? That's all I'll ask. Enough to watch a whole sequence, Roland?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think.
All right. And then 2. Sorry.
I guess Seeker's feeling particularly helpful for some reason or another, or just for funsies. He's gonna postulate the simple concept that what happened is he pressed the right answer, or it became the owl, he pressed that at the right time, it switched to something else. It is liable that the sequence is random and you're supposed to use something to be able to see it. So, like, you get owl first, you have 3 possible things that it could randomly turn into. You succeed that. It has 2 random things it could randomly turn into. You succeed in that, and then you're done. So you need to guess right on higher and higher odds. 4 times is my guess, because it changes, like, basically random. Because the sequence, I think, breaks every time you press a button.
Yeah.
Which, like, makes sense that, you know, this wasn't something the characters initially realized, and that the communication failed, like, writing-wise. Because, yeah, this would be an odd thing. And like, I do think Seeker could figure that out, because it seems like the kind of, like, pain in the ass solution of fucking, like, it's essentially, are you a conjuration wizard? Yes, this is fucking easy. You're supposed to leave your
But this is
down
a
here.
divination puzzle. I hate
Not
these
necessarily.
wizards.
Well, what I was about to say is it's a conjuration puzzle because you're supposed to just leave your familiar downstairs, touch it, and then, you know, go
There
do
you
the
go.
thing.
Correct.
So it makes it, you know, impossible for anyone who doesn't understand this is going to happen and that, you know, doesn't have a familiar out to do this. Which makes sense. It's a clever little trick that could be circumnavigated with enough, like, arcane bullshit, but, like, yeah, it's a low cost, straightforward solution to get the thing regenerated.
Okay. Yep. Roland, what did you want to ask?
No, I'm not sure if this would work, and if it would work. If it works the way I think it would be, but because Pact to the Tome can change my ritual spells and cantrips on a short rest. And if I was to use Find Familiar, it doesn't say that when you summon it, it has to be with appear at a point you can see. And if I can summon it to be up the stairs, could I then use the message cantrip, but use my familiar to deliver the message cantrip to a tracker
You can use the message cantrip to do what you need to do
without a
You
familiar?
without a familiar.
Point towards a creature within range. Don't need to see it, unless, of course, there is
It's
more
blocked.
than 1 foot of stone. That was why I was thinking the
Yep.
familiar might need to deliver it.
Yeah, because they can point at you
It is
directly.
Familiars
Because they can
can't
cast
use
some spells.
spells if they don't have the touch range.
Mm.
Casting through
Okay.
a familiar is limited to touch spells.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just need to summon a familiar then that can do sort of physical impressions of animals. do like little hand signals for you. So the first question.
Okay. There is one other thing. Fangpo Joel does have a telepathic connection with you within 2 miles.
Yep. How do you speak to her?
You know, does Fangpo Joel count as a beast?
They're celestial. Hence being able to teleport.
Yeah.
You could
not-
summon something like a weasel or an octopus and just have them like run up, go up tracker, and press the buttons themselves because they can do object interactions. I'm pretty sure it's just anything but hitting things is a thing familiar can't do.
Your steed is intelligent enough to press buttons. It's not like
Yeah.
Fangpaja could also do that if you could somehow summon them through walls. I have no idea how that feature works in the idea of trying to summon your horse behind a wall.
Apparently it can do it. Apparently you can teleport to an unoccupied space. Doesn't have to be somewhere you see.
Right.
So
Does the find
that
does
you
summoning,
could do it up there.
Does the summoning of the familiar into a space I can't see, does that work?
Rules as written, it seems as though you are supposed to summon the thing when you first initially summon it. Yes, you're supposed to be somewhere you can see, right? But after that, it doesn't seem to have a flippin' clarification, which is what's bugging me.
Oh yeah, couldn't. It seems after that you can summon it anywhere in 30 feet of you. It doesn't mention anything about like
Yeah,
the sight line just unoccupied. Technically, I think Seeker could do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Ano, do we want to give the W to Seeker?
it's a 10-foot range, and then a 30-foot range. That's what I'm like
What if we tried
confused about.
Morse
When
code?
you first summon it, it needs to be in 10 feet of you. Afterwards, the desummon resummon mechanic where you could store them
Yep.
is what allows to possibly summon it through walls.
Yeah.
Within 30 feet.
Yeah.
But the 30
Yeah.
feet was out of range with the detect thoughts.
It was, yeah. It's just a bit beyond being able to summon it.
Could I jump off Fangpaja for that?
That's the same thing. Like when I say 40 feet, don't forget when Roland walked in here and cast Divine Sense, he was already up on top of his mount, and that's 40 feet from him on top of his mount. So we're talking 45 feet to be like a stickler for the rules. If you're on the ground, you're 45 feet away from him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I do have a second level spell that could close that gap quite easily. I can cast Spider Climb on my mount. She can walk up the walls and the ceiling, and someone could be sat upon her. If closing the distance that much would help, it's a second level spell, which isn't nothing, but if there was a way of doing it without running a second level spell, that would be great. But I also don't want to game the way out the puzzle. Do you know what I mean? I'm just checking the option.
Yeah. Well, it's either that or Tracker makes a deal with a devil, which I think, by the way, at this point, there is a telepathic message to all of you, and you can hear the creature reaching out. And so, yeah, this is to everyone as a group.
Your friend up here is struggling. They've just activated a trap as well. Don't worry. They're still alive.
What if he just
That one I'll
activated all
let
the
you have
traps?
for free. I'm speaking. If you wish to help him, I can give you the solution, or you can give the solution to me. I'm happy to tell him. I just need someone to help me out of this prison. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to get back home. I'm not from around here, you see. But I am trapped. If you would agree to disable this trap, I will happily give your friend a solution.
Sorry, it sounded like he is going to say I'd happily disable you for a moment. Sorry.
The choice is yours, but I offer you a free, easy way out of this. I understand these wizards are endlessly infuriating with their traps and their locked doors.
Maybe if we wait a day, the door will work again.
Oh, actually, I mean, how long has it been? It's probably been like an hour, not just in-game, but out-of-game as well at this point. Let me see. Double check.
I'm gonna add another.
But does anyone reply?
I think
That's the question, does it?
I think we can do without the sort of help you might be offering.
Seeker just like outright says out loud, "Don't take the deal. The contract act is unfavorable."
Tracker's a big boy. If we can't solve it today, we can solve it tomorrow.
Right. Well, if no one...
Yeah, if the deal's good, why hasn't Tracker made the deal with him?
It's a fiend.
Okay. The door does begin to glow, actually. After enough time has passed, the door does
Can I
light up.
take the familiar up there?
I can just solve the puzzle myself. You know, lets the owl off.
Yeah.
He's kind of in.
Drop you around in here.
Yeah, he'll touch it and think top floor, I guess. I think that's what the tracker said.
Bruh,
Yeah.
I'm already at
More or
the
less.
door. You're just jumping in front of me. Yeah, fine, whatever.
I mean, hold up. Do you have a way to
I was
solve
already
it,
asking
Willow,
if I
if
could
you're
take
up
the
there?
familiar up
Willow
there.
can also create
Like-
a familiar.
That's either.
I just started
you're
a
right. Either
conversation
you go
saying,
up.
Can I grab the familiar? in
Either
the
you go
cave
up
and
with the
up there?"
familiar,
And
or
he
Seeker goes
just
up and the
ignored
familiar
me.
goes down.
Do
you
I
want to
believe
toss
the
for
familiar would need to be the one to take the door to go up.
Flip a coin. Let's just settle this real
Yeah.
simply.
All right.
I'm gonna say odds, Willow, evens.
Point of decision.
It's gonna. the dice. Oh, the coin of
Ooh.
decision ring. Yeah, I forgot it. All right, Willow. Call 1 or 2.
2.
2. All right, roll a d2.
Let's go, baby. Let's go gambling.
Nearly type 23.
Oh my god, that rolled proper
Let's go
like.
gambling.
Oh, damn it. Willow, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've been waiting by that door for so long, and then literally that's exactly what happens. Seeker just jumps in and yoinks the handle in and says, "Top floor," boom, and disappears.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Man!" You're left there like, "Man, what the fuck?" Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you need the familiar. Oh wait, no, you don't. Never mind. That's
You
good.
don't.
Whew.
You
All right.
don't
Yeah.
need the familiar.
Okay,
Can
sorry.
Zephyr
Yes,
try to go through the door
Mm.
with Seeker by holding his cloak or whatever?
Actually, yes. One willing creature can go with them. It's a dimension door every time it's cast. I know, Willow. Because you're trying to
I
stop
have a
them.
funny idea. Let's do more gambling.
Oh,
Another
Let's
1v2.
exactly. Let's do another one. Willow,
Let's
you're
go
trying to
gambling.
muscle into the door. Let's roll it again. You want to pick a 2, or do you want to pick 1 this time?
Heads or tails?
I 2.
We're just tormenting Dingo at this point. All right, flip a coin.
Let's go gambling. Oh!
Yay, Willow.
Tails never
All right.
fails.
Wait, did you guess? I thought you said 2, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah?
what I
Yes,
said.
it's a-
Yeah, sweet. All right, perfect. Willow, you're able to like, hey, I wanted to go, and then you grab onto Seeker, and boom, you both appear up here because it's one willing creature, and you definitely seemed willing in that moment to be like teleported. So, yeah,
True
you
and
both
real.
appear up here. It's dimension door every time it's cast.
Well,
Oh,
good.
it's the thing that was talking to us.
You're definitely right that I won't be able to
Greetings.
solve it on my own.
Do not
What
be
if you just
afraid.
press all the buttons, and then when it run out of traps, you're safe?
Dunk, 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 dunk. You just in the next like half a minute,
Okay.
it is just us go into familiar vision, press the right thing, and go out. Out, go in the familiar or vision, press the right thing, and go out. Yada yada. Dunk, 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 dunk.
The sequence is random, but it can never be the same animal twice in a row. But you can end up getting cat multiple times. But the last sequence you saw from a minute ago was owl, snake, cat, rat, and your familiar can pass this information on, and the sequence is pressed. It seems as though no trap goes off, but the buttons do light off. They light up 1, 2, 3, 4, and then nothing else happens. On the wall, there's nothing. The door actually is not. No, it doesn't swing open or anything. In the room, it feels as though nothing's happened, but neither does the trap go off.
Anything downstairs with my familiar vision?
Nope, nothing changed down here either.
All right,
But it didn't set off anything. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, let me check the wall with the stuff for something. The symbols. It might be behind them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they do
Might as
feel
well
like you could push into them, but you can give me an investigation check, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Let's go gambling.
Okay. And what'd you get? You're 100% confident there's no false wall behind here. There's no like secret little compartment. It is just 4 buttons that they are clearly attached to something though. I'll say the only thing you can make out is maybe a rune that's maybe some sort of I guess it'd be divination, and that would probably tell something else to do something.
Yeah.
Like it's basically like a remote rune.
Nothing about the
Tracker, you open
door.
up the drawers.
Yeah.
He hasn't. Yeah, you haven't opened the door, have you?
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. Tracker. Then he heads over to the drawer. He snatches the thing open, and lo and behold, now there is something inside. It's just as you
I knew
suspected.
it.
Mm-hmm. The drawer is also kind of covered in sparkling runes. You can roll an Arcana check if you want to figure what that out is. But it's still like latently glowing. So.
Let's go gambling.
I know what that is.
Not bad.
It's magic.
Mm.
Piece
What
of
is it?
paper.
Oh, okay. Yes. Willow's correct. There is a piece of paper in there, as it happens. But the runes, they indicate that this was some sort of Leomund's tiny chest, I believe. Secret chest, sorry. It's a way to it's a way to
knew it.
transport things into the ethereal plane. And yeah, the whole drawer is one of those. Inside is check where's the drawer. One's a bit bear. Okay, yeah, there is also a little figurine of an owl in here, which is very adorable, and a scroll, which is the piece of paper that Willow identified.
Seeker
So-
will gingerly reach in, if not stop.
Sure thing.
Yeah, carefully extract it.
Yeah. You get the figurine. You get the scroll. And there's another drawer as well on the other side of the desk, isn't there? Yeah, there is.
Let's try it, I guess. Chunk-a-chunk.
In this drawer, there is a ruby, a sizable ruby, and there is a whole bunch of charcoal, incense, and herbs. And there's also chalks and inks as well, which are like the type you've been seeing Stef
Stef
work
use.
with, right? Really useful for inscribing scrolls and stuff. And it all comes to a great deal of gold. That's all I'm going to say. This stuff looks very precious and worth a lot.
Yeah, paper's good money.
First.
But
Yeah, if
he'll
you want to know how much
retrieve the stuff.
exactly, it's all of
I
that.
don't-
It's a
let's
lot.
see.
Holy crap! The treasure in this little bombshell was a lot.
Yeah,
Wow.
scroll.
Good.
That's not a scroll find familiar, isn't it?
No, it's not. If you unfurl it,
Yeah,
you read
gotta
there
check
is a line, and it says that you were actually lucky. You actually did go to the second one, and as you're reading it, you hear the Ice Devil speaking it.
Second, summon a flame in the palm of your hand.
I can summon flames.
Mm. Are we both gonna copy it again, Casper,
Yes.
into one handouts? All right.
Yeah,
Then,
I got my own note and fucking 10 towns of room here.
The Ice Devil folds their arms. You can hear them audibly sigh in your mind.
I suppose there must be something else I can offer you. What about my service here in Yithrin? I'm quite adept at fighting.
Can we still telepathically communicate with it down there? from down here?
Yes, you can hear me.
Right. I'll say out loud for the ones down here. If this thing is as good at writing contracts as they often are, it may be useful in writing up the terms and conditions of a possible duel with our friend at the library. I'm not suggesting we release it or agree to anything just now, but their penmanship may be somewhat useful to us, and I say let's not decide anything yet, though.
Just what I was thinking. Smart. An opportunity. Lying in wait. Later, though. There's more we could gather.
Yes, indeed. You're turning out to be not so strange after all, Seeker. Oh no, I can't hear you. We don't have a telepathic link. Who am I talking to then?
I can relay that.
Well, Diff.
I'm happy to sign a contract. To make a contract.
I do wonder if he's offering. What, as a group, are we missing? Can we get that out of him?
We've a rat that we could turn into a pet. A canine dog covered in teeth. But that's later. For now, well,
We've been struggling since we got in the city to just move forward. Would help.
counterpoint. We are 2/8 of the way done. And it's not even been a day. It's not easy, but we're not.
And we've already had someone put into a crystal and walked into an anti-magic field and had infighting, and people very not happy with how long it took to try and make a new plan, or not happy that we didn't just immediately go with the first plan. Before we came into the cave, I never saw these guys take so long to figure something out.
We're in a city of wizards. You need to use your head. Sadly, well, they're a little bit too cunning to be a nail to get hammered so easily. Caution is warranted. After all, a wizard likes his privacy.
Seems weird that you're denying the idea of trying to make things better.
Make what better? Are you thinking of recruiting him?
No. No offense, but we're going to scare away people we try to help if we have something dangerous looking with us.
Indeed. I don't want to use this one for his strength. That's something we can make up with caution and tenacity. No, he's an opportunity.
Strength, but if he owed a debt to us, he'd find a way to help us.
Indeed. My suggestion, we talk about this outside of earshot.
I don't think we need to.
Question. Is the door to the downstairs back?
the door to the downstairs. You're on the upstairs, so you can't see the door that would have led.
I mean, the door that I came through, can I go back down? Or are we still trapped upstairs?
You haven't tried that door actually yet.
Oh, this door. Or
Oh, that door. Sorry. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
open that door if you want.
See what happens.
Okay. I see, Tracker. You've had some tremor sense this whole time, haven't you?
well,
Yeah.
I always have 15 feet active.
Okay. That's annoying, because you would not have seen anything on the other side of this the whole time, because it's in a different dimension.
Oh, I don't see anything on this map.
You don't?
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. As you open up the door a crack, do you sense them now?
I do sense stuff now.
Okay. All right, yeah. It's as you open up the door handle and you're about to swing it open, you can hear or sense 3 separate creatures moving around on the other side. And there's a smell of it's kind of cooking. You would call it cooking, but there's chemicals and there's nasty rotten things and bizarre scent of ingredients. You can also smell you can also feel the heat of something cooking.
Meth lab plus corpse? Question mark.
Meth lab. No, the door swings open, and let me find the. Oh god. It is
Because I presume trying to go down the same way we went it wouldn't work.
Well, I'll get to that in a minute, but I'm gonna wrap it up right here on this scene. As the door is swung open, you see there is a cauldron bubbling away, and a old, wretched-looking woman with horns swept back over her head is stirring the pot, whilst another one, hunched with skin stretched, they're dropping ingredients in, and the last one with ragged hair and a sneer on their face swings the door wider open and looks at you straight face to face with a rattling of skulls at their belt. You see these fine ladies hanging around. Bizarrely, this room didn't exist until you opened the door. Seems to lead to some sort of dimension or what have you. Which
Plane, goddamn.
which these night hags have taken over and made themselves a permanent residence. But as they open the door, they go, "Oh, a poor stray kitty. We should adopt them. Pinch, pillage. Look what the cat dragged in." And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Part of me wants to call this session eviction, like this session or the next one, eviction notice.
Yeah. Notice of eviction.
Well, there we go. Pinch,
Finally,
plunder,
people
and
with meat.
pillage.
This is gonna be fucking brutal. Oh.
Oh god. But yeah, well, that's where we'll wrap up. If you had divine sense active still, which is long gone, you'd sense another 3 fiends suddenly. But that's the only reason you didn't sense them, because they're inside they're inside a permanent magnificent mansion, which they've turned into a hag hovel. You can actually see there's a pair of stairs that lead up and out into another area. But yeah.
Oh, it's a mansion. I thought it was a demi-plane.
Well,
It could be. I mean,
it's the same.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Demi-plane is still a small
Demi-plane
area.
is more of like a single room, but if there's stairs, it's mansion dim.
Yeah, but
I thought we just like
only last 8 hours, and this is a permanent plane.
permanent one.
So it's in between the two
All right.
of them.
Thank you
But
guys for
Neferese
playing.
had skills
We'll,
foreign to us.
Uh,
What can I say?
oh, they did. We'll end it here and catch you all next week. Bye bye for now.
bye bye.
Take care.